Luminous. If you don't love your beautiful airbrush results, simply return Luminous for a full refund of the purchase price.
Hello, hello.
No questions asked. I'm 55. Most people are not able to guess my age these days. 55. Most people are not now missing the sun factors. I'm not now missing the sun factors every day. I'm not now missing the sun factors every day.
Oh my goodness, what is that? That's what it is. Hello. Hey, Shakira. Shakira, Shakira. Oh my goodness. That was a short. Uh, that video wasn't too short. Wasn't too long. Hello, Miss Burnett. The James video wasn't real long, but uh, I guess 5 days. What is it called? Fact Check Friday wasn't long at all. Cause she didn't have nothing to fact check. She might have been, she might should have fact checked herself. Yeah, yep. Hello, hello. See who else gonna show up. Mm-hmm. Look, soon as soon as she came on, she started talking crap, and I I turned it off. Mm-mm. Hey, undeniably me. How you doing? Good to see you. Wait on some more people. It's been crazy in these streets. turn this. Turn the volume down. Oh, oh, you like my hair? Oh, I have too much hair, but I got to get to the barber shop. But thank you anyway. It's done grown so long. Yeah, too much. I don't like. I have to deal with too much. Thank you. Wait a few minutes and see. 29 degrees. Woo, my goodness. Yeah, that's cold. All right, I guess I'm going to get started. Wait, let me do that. A silver lining. Today I am 40 years old. I have been married to a remarkable man for 15 years. I have two beautiful daughters, 29 and 25. And since I'm fortunate to marry a man with girls, my youngest daughter made me a grandmother at 35. My grandson is now 5 years old. He is my inspiration. I see myself as a adventurous professional woman, having worked in management for JCPenney for the last 25 years. My family and I have moved 10 times with the JCPenney company, so I would say we all enjoy adventures. I was born and raised in California. Yeah, let me get some drink. Dry cough. I was born and raised in California and currently have my home in Texas. I have a wonderful family and one sister. I enjoy my family and the time we spend together. We run, walk, yoga, ski, and enjoy movies and reading. I was 38 years old when diagnosed with ovarian cancer. Cancer does not run in my family. I had simple signs of bloating, gas, and restless nights, but this all seemed normal for my schedule. I did think I was pregnant. My husband and I were practicing birth control, but all tests were negative. I began seeing the doctor about these symptoms in June 2004, as my symptoms had started Memorial Day weekend. June was filled with routine exams and tests like blood work, EKGs, stress tests, and x-rays, all of which was normal. Meanwhile, I could explain all my symptoms, but my friends thought I was run down. I was busy with work, and my husband kept on me to see a doctor. My doctor felt I had high blood pressure, which was borderline. This gave me relief, as I thought the doctor finally knew what was wrong with me. Taking medication for high blood pressure in the late July. I, I appeared to get some relief. Sometimes the symptoms of discomfort and bloating would last only one day, returning to normal the next. After 2 weeks of on medication, I began to gain weight. I called the doctor and was weighed The comment from the doctor was, "This is strange and not normal." However, my blood pressure had returned to normal. I was instructed to stop taking the medication. Meanwhile, I had a trip to California. It took everything I had to continue this trip as the symptoms had returned. When I got back, I called the doctor right away. I was told there was nothing they could do for me, but they recommended that I go see a gastro doctor. I was very frustrated and made an appointment, which was 3 weeks out. On Friday, I was to have my yearly visit with my OB-GYN that I almost canceled due to bloating and discomfort. When I arrived to my appointment with my OB, I began to explain what I was going through for 3 months. She appeared to be frustrated that I was on all this medication. Once she examined me, she had difficulty finding my right ovary. She wanted me to stop all medications, including vitamins, and come back on Monday for an ultrasound. On Monday, September 14th, an ultrasound was completed in her office, and I was asked to wait for the doctor. Once my doctor arrived, he asked for my husband's number. She called my husband and began to tell us her findings once he arrived. My OB had already made my appointment with the oncologist for Wednesday the 16th. On Wednesday the 16th, we met my hero. My oncologist gave us great hope. I was examined with my husband in the room, and blood was drawn. We went home to wait for results. We were called later that day, which started a whirlwind of things. My CA 125 was 2,973. Cancer. By Friday, September 18th, I was no longer able to walk. The fluid in my stomach made me look like I was 7 months pregnant. I was miserable. My daughter took me to the emergency room to get prepped for surgery. I was scheduled for Monday the 20th. I did not make it through testing, so I was admitted to the hospital. I was given relief for one day when the fluid was drained off my stomach. After surgery, I was in my own room a month. I was given relief. Oh, no. After surgery, I was in my own room, and my doctor entered. He said, "If there is a silver lining to cancer, I was just given it." I had 3 tumors, one the size of a loaf of bread, one the size of a grapefruit, and the third the size of a volleyball. These tumors were self-contained on my right ovary. At this time, he explained what was to follow: standard chemo and blood work. He also suggested I look into the opportunity of going to MD Anderson for a bone marrow transplant. I replied, "Road trip." Today, I am still astonished at my enthusiasm for the adventure. I did make it to MD Anderson for the transplant. I feel very lucky to have participated in it. Today, I am in remission, which did not come easy. I am truly blessed to be on this adventure and to have come this far. And this was written by Christina Huston. Let me see. Okay. The name of this one is Chances Are You Remember. Okay. Chances are you can remember with great detail where you were when you got the word of the attack of the World Trade Center. When sitting with the memory, you can feel again some of the emotions of that September the 11th morning. Horror, disbelief, fear gripped each of us. For every woman with ovarian cancer, there is her own individual September the 11th, when everything in her life changed. My September 11th was December 23rd, 1998. As though it was yesterday, I remember sitting in Dr. Stringer's office, frozen in fear. It was not until I walked into our house that the dam broke. I fell into my daughter's arms. She had been awaiting word. Now we began to wail. My husband took her sons down to his office to explain what was happening. I was happy to report that I no longer wail. For me, nothing can duplicate the overwhelming feelings of the first diagnosis. It is as though you've been dropped in the midst of a foreign land, lacking the basic vocabulary. CA 125. What's that? Next, there are relatives and friends to call and prepare to receive their various reactions. I said that I no longer wailed, but I surely did cry a lot. Fortunately, I had retired, so I had fewer commitments to counsel. I audited a course on the campus where I had taught. Having the familiarity of that space was very comforting. People stepped in, offering help right from the start. I learned to accept the offering, even though it was not what I had requested. Hey, Aquarius. Okay. one one of my daughter's in-laws decided that in order to keep my spirits up, I needed good makeup. It is important to know that I grew grew up with the following expression: "It would never be noticed on a galloping horse." This translated thusly: don't wait time preening. Don't waste time preening. That consultation turned into a long, outdrawn affair. The consultant asked what I used to clean my face. I said the last bar of soap I brought from I brought home from the B&B where I stayed. She nearly fainted, and her mission took on certain urgency. We left with my copious notes in hand, determined to follow the precise order of application, fearing that a misstep could hasten disaster. Well, I have to admit that I enjoyed the results of the makeup. You didn't get the notification? You know, they mess up those notifications all the time. So, yeah, hopefully they get fixed. My daughter-in-law decided that in order to keep up my spirits, I needed. Oh, okay. I need to good makeup. No, I don't think I read that part. No, I did. Okay. I learned that that it was also important to initiate what I needed for my health. As Dr. Stringer finally got through to me that I would lose my hair, I decided to take control. I was running out of opportunities to exercise control in any way. I could imagine standing in the checkout line at the grocery store, looking in the cart and seeing something strange. On closer examination, I would identify it as my hair. So I invited some women to come over and cut my hair. We took turns, starting with me. I took a strand of hair, pulled it up, and said, "Cancer can have my hair, but it cannot have my humor." Each woman came to cut with a similar determined statement. I left the gathering empowered. My poor husband had to shave the residue. I mourned the loss of my blonde hair. My husband assured me that once a blonde, always a blonde. The first protocol was a bumpy ride, plagued by low-level nausea. I, I never felt good. After a few weeks, my sadness wouldn't lift, and I became anxious myself. Would I ever be who I used to be? Fortunately, I found a wonderful psychiatrist who was a virtual Miss TR. How you doing? Um, would I ever be who I used to be? Fortunately, I found a wonderful psychiatrist who was a virtual godsend. She prescribed an antidepressant and and a medication to calm my anxiety. Through counseling, I was able to express my scare. I began to feel more confident and hopeful. My fear that I would get overly dependent on the drugs was ill founded. As I moved into remission, I returned to the pleasure and uncertainties of ordinary life. My husband and I determined to make hay while the sun shone. We joined a trip to Israel in which we kept up well with the group. It was sub-planning trips. We learned to take out insurance. Sometimes we had to cancel, but more times than not, we were able to travel. Destinations included New Zealand, a month-long trip in Europe, Ireland, Greece, Turkey, Hawaii, Italy, and a host of car trips in the U.S. I had begun to believe that the cancer would not recur. I looked too good and felt too good. I found acupuncture, which helped my body to detox and to keep energy flowing. I taught a Bible study. Life was familiar again. I walked at least 3 miles a day, went to Tai Chi classes, formed a monthly bridge group, joined a political action group, and worked on a political campaign. I even was hired to do some work in my profession. Hey, QI. Who else did I miss? Did I miss somebody else? Miss TR, how you doing? Okay. I became a part of a 2-year clinical trial as I was revisiting my former life. We even took on a renovation project at our lake house, and we had tons of fun with our grandchildren. My remission had lasted 2 years, 8 months, and 5 days, but who's counting? Days elapsed in which I never even thought of cancer. So as I went for my usual checkup, I was stunned to find that there was changes in my CT scan. Hello, 2nd September the 11th. Our family had been resolute in our determination to prevent cancer from moving into Central Command. So it was hard for all of us to absorb the blow. Our son called from California to say that he was flying in for my first chemo. I asked our associate pastor to join us in the infusion ward and to bring communion. She also brought oil of anointing, making this time with our sons, our daughters, and my husband a sacred time. When I pass through the ward, that space holds the comfort of that time. It was my habit to bring earphones and listen to a variety of music during my infusions. So that event came into a welcomed home. I moved on to undergo 3 different protocols with remissions lasting on an average of 9 months. I took a while to acquaint myself with the rhythm of each regimen, but I found basically that after the first recurrence, I feel listless for the first few days. I put myself under house arrest until some energy clicked in. I was very fortunate that my blood count was more often than not cooperating with the program. Finally, somewhere along the way, it dawned on me that I have a chronic disease that I needed to manage. Now, managing the disease had more ups than downs. We flew out to California to be a part of our granddaughter's life. We met annually with my college roommates and their husbands. It is always my best laughing time of the year. We went to North Carolina, the guest of a friend with whom I attended seminary. My stamina remained to a remarkable level. As the conclusion of this regimen, we went on a very demanding trip to Greece and Turkey. I look back and wonder. I continued to walk faithfully, which I believe has helped keep my stamina and my spirits up. I began the year with optimism and with a wonderful celebration of my 77th birthday and hoped for a longer remission. I continued to volunteer at a church-operated ministry for the homeless, which gave me great satisfaction. In the latter part of March 2006, I began to experience several odd things about my thought processes. To illustrate, it was on one of these long walks that I had something that puzzled me. I came to a curb to cross a street that would lead me to the grocery store. I stood motionless and I said, "Now what do I do?" I heard an internal voice say, "You look to the right, then look to your left. If you do not see a car, then you go across the street." These symptoms became more observable to others, culminating in my unsteady walking at church where I had just taught a large Sunday school class. On the next Monday, I went to get my port flushed, and my nurse Beth immediately saw that my reactions were delayed. The next day was my usual checkup, and Dr. Stringer saw that my talking was deliberate, as though I was working hard to get my thoughts into speech, which I was. My cancer had, let me see, that word, metastasized, metastasized, or something like that, to my brain. September the 11th made another visit. "Hello, psychiatrist. It's me again." I also had a slight recurrence of disease, but we couldn't address this issue until I concluded radiation for my brain disease. The brain cleared up after 13 treatments, and the only physical effect of the brain involvement I have is unstable walking, which does not occur every day. I am advised not to drive, and I just go about 12 blocks on the back neighborhood streets to make my acupuncture appointments. My husband has been able to take me to the hospital and to take me to my son's, let me see, to, okay, and to take me to, was able to take me to the hospital and to take me to my sessions with my psychiatrist. Good friends have been wonderful to haul me about to other commitments. As of this date, I am still in treatment, beating unlikely odds. It is like I may again come to remission. We'll see. In preparation for this article, my husband and I talked about how we had changed. Top of the list for both of us was the reordering of priorities. Just to be together seemed more critical and satisfying. We had to learn how to live with ambiguity. We still have no work on this. We like order and a predictable schedule. To a large extent, this is not possible. As we were spending more time together, we have had to define our individual interests and pursuits. It is important for each of us to have friendships and outlets. Of course, as recurrences come, we make adjustments. I am finding that my energy is limited and it requires more time of rest to keep me afloat. I have to be selective with what I undertake. I hate this discipline. It is a reality that I continue to resist, but the price of fatigue is very high. I have found that fatigue leads to sadness when I come to the end of a full day with no energy left for conversations. I have coined the expression nocturnal autism. I asked my husband to take telephone messages after 8 o'clock at night because I have usually shut down by then. Exceptions are our sons and daughter. Part of the discipline of living my life is finding a delicate balance between activity that is nourishing, interesting, and downright fun, and quiet time alone. When I look at the facts of my situation, I see how remarkable these years have been. I hang on to the many words of encouragement and affirmation. When they come, it is so important to find a place in our hearts to keep the words safe so they can continue to bless us. Out of the blue, our youngest son called to say he was so appreciative of me for working so hard to stay alive. He said, "I imagine that some days I had to work harder than others. But my being alive means so much to so many." These words washed over me. Little did he know that an old friend of ours had said of me that I am relentless. Somehow, this word inspires me. Every woman must find her way through the maze of treatment. Basically, it is invitation to trust. Trust in the goodness of friends. Trust in the care that all these responsible for us extend with patience and kindness. Trust in the hope that new medications will become available. My trust in Dr. Stringer never falters. Trust that as the situation of treatment changes, we will have the courage to explore, in some cases, new approaches, that we are never alone. Trust in our own wisdom about what we need. Trust that in the event of recurring September the 11th, we will find a way to go on with humor and joy. And that was a story by Martha Gilmore. This one is Hope, Hope, Hooray. I love the picture of the Chinese philosopher who rode the donkey backwards because he liked to think of where he had been instead of seeing where he was going. It makes me smile. I don't want to live in the past, but I do believe I can learn from it. Learning is a lifetime goal of mine. Looking back, the year 2002 grabs my attention. It began with a meditation day to end a 41-year marriage. It was one of the longest days of my life. I drove home in the rain and dark. I felt as if, though, my life would never be the same. The mediation attorney told us at the beginning, "You're not going to like what I'm going to do. But if you don't go along with it, the judge will take a hatchet to your belongings." Driving home, I didn't think the judge could have done anything that would have hurt any more than this day did this day. The divorce was final on February 27, 2002. Looking back on that year, I see the spring, summer, and fall months filled with work on my dissertation, adjustment to life as a single woman, and the ministry. I was doing retreats, speaking to groups of women, and forwarding to the holidays. Our Thanksgiving week was a crisis time. My granddaughter had a particularly acute asthma attack. We had 4 doctor's visits, breathing treatments, and medications. Thankfully, she made it through. I just knew Christmas would be better. It had to be. On Monday, December 2nd, 2002, I drove to the seminary to turn in my dissertation, feeling like a weight had been lifted off of me. A couple of days later, I was aware of a dull stomach ache. I had a speaking engagement on Thursday, December the 5th, and somehow I kept it. On Friday, a nurse friend insisted I call an internist. They had just had a cancellation, and I was told to come in. My doctor examined me, shook his head, and said, "I think it's tuberculosis, tuberculosis." Yeah. Okay. But I want you to come back this afternoon for a scan. I drove home thinking, this is awful. I'll no longer be able to eat Mexican food. I took the antibiotic he prescribed over the weekend and waited for his call Monday morning. I even called his office and left his nurse a message. "Call me with the report, please, so I can get on with my life." I had such plans to immerse myself in ministering to women. That had been my dream. That had been my goal for 14 years of seminary. Now that I was through with school, I could get on with my plans. My doctor did call at lunchtime. He began saying how sorry he was. "Becky, I am so sorry. I am so surprised. It's lymphoma." I felt that I must have misunderstood lymphoma. He said he already talked with a radiologist. We needed a needle biopsy. To get into my insurance network meant I'll be going to Baylor. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't thank God for Baylor. The care I have gotten there is unsurpassed. When I was in nursing school many years ago, I'd done a rotation at Baylor. One of my first patients had advanced breast cancer. I cried all the way home that night. I had seen cancer, and it was cruel and harsh and relentless. On December 23rd, 2002, my daughter and I drove to the surgical oncologist's office to get the results of the biopsy done a week earlier. It is not lymphoma, but it is cancer. We have to figure out why your lymph system went berserk. We need to know whether it's coming from your breast, uterus, or lungs. I've already called the medical oncologist's office. Take your records to him and make an appointment. 2002 was ending with a bang. Divorce, dissertation, doctorate degree, and now a diagnosis of cancer. The appointment was made for 2 weeks later. The holidays had everyone's attention, everyone's except mine. I went to the medical oncologist office on January 7, 2003. He said I was a perfect candidate for an oral chemo for breast cancer. God intervened and put me with the head of the oncology department. Thank God, Dr. Alan Stringer is the most amazing clinician and yet the most compassionate physician one could ever have on earth. Here it is, February 2007. I'm entering my 5th year of nonstop chemotherapy. I first had carbotoxin, and the side effects were a bit rough, so we switched to carbo alone for almost 2 years. I remember lots of chewing feather days. Then I had Toxel weekly for 11 months. I've been on Doxil for 10 months. But my doctor said he thought we had milked it for all it was worth. My doctor said, I have been chomping at the bit to get you back on platinum. He is the captain of my ship, and I am sailing. Tomorrow I will have my first treatment of Topopin. My labs continue to be good. My recent CA-125 showed an increase from the previous month. It had been itching up for 6 months, going from 27 in September 2006 to 40 in February 2007. At my latest doctor visit, I asked if my disease had progressed the way he had expected. I am disappointed we didn't get to do surgery, but I never expected you to be so durable. I have now had 100 plus chemo treatments. I had no idea how much time I would have. No one does. But early on, I made the decision not to spend whatever time I had in front of a computer doing research. I have chosen instead to be involved with my family, friends, and neighbors. Relationships are a priority to me. I found they take time. Although I am a people person, I found I need time alone. Solitude has been one of the greatest gifts. I have journaled for 27 years. It is a great comfort to me, nevertheless, to say I have many sparrows. I hope they will one day bring comfort to my family. My journals are a record of God's faithfulness to me. He has heard and answered every prayer. Maybe not the way I would have wanted, but his way, the best way. Whataburgers are a comfort to me. I stretch through and laugh when the lady says, "Where have you been?" I have also built a nap into my daily routine. Last summer, when I went for chemo, I took a purple ribbon. I tied it on my chemo pole. My nurse asked, "What in the world are you doing?" We behave based on who and what we believe. I believe God has provided chemo as a way of keeping me here to accomplish for his purposes. So I said, I am making a statement. Chemo is a gift of God to me. God has a plan, and cancer is not going to change it or him. Cancer has changed me in many ways. I would not have chosen this for all the money in the world, but I would not take anything for what cancer has taught me and the incredible people I have met. God does indeed work all things together for the good for those who love him. When I was diagnosed in 2003, one of the goodest things God did was to put in the hearts of my 35-year-old daughter and 10-year-old granddaughter the idea that they needed to move in to take care of me. They did move in with me after a few chemo treatments. God has seen fit to put my daughter through graduate school. She is now a principal. He saw it. He saw to it that my granddaughter was diagnosed for a brace for scoliosis. She wore the brace for 2 years. When it went on in 2004, my prayer was that I would be here to see it come off. It did in 2006. God has enabled me to drive myself to my doctor's appointments, tests, scans, treatments. At 67, I now find myself up before the rooster crows, making breakfast, packing a school lunch, and in the carpool line. I also find myself dyeing Easter eggs, carving pumpkins, putting out cookies for Santa, planning extravagant teenage birthday parties, and buying a lot of hair products, though I have none. My room is filled with the sound of teenage girls. We even have sleepovers, though I'm not sure who came up with that name. God willing, I will baptize my granddaughter um, Easter 2007 in my friend's pool. Looking back, I'm reminded that I have not and am not going to face another no. I am not going to face anything that is bigger than God. All I have needed, all I have needed, his hands has provided. He is worthy of my trust. I've also learned the enormous value of walking closely with others on this road. A support group is essential. Research proves start one. God will put it together, and you will be amazed at the variety, beauty, and the strength of the women. Their capacity to love one another, bear burdens, encourage, and inspire one another will profoundly affect the way that you view life. At times, their thoughts to one another will overwhelm you. Their ability to celebrate the good news and suffer when there's bad news will deeply touch your heart and soul. My circle of simply incredible sisters causes me to daily thank God for the way that He has knit us together. Ovarian cancer has in me, marinated me in mercy. I have been tenderized. I've always been a strong, able, doer woman. In the past, I toted ladders, planted shrubs, painted, chalked, mowed, trimmed, and wallpaper. If it needed doing, I could do it. Now I'm learning the value of being still, listening instead of talking, giving thanks, being generous with the I love yous, thank yous, and I'm sorries. I'm so thankful for these years of time with my family and friends. I never thought I'd see 5 Christmases or 5 birthdays. I celebrate every day. I've learned that life is understood backwards, but has to be lived forward. Looking back, it has been quite a journey. Looking forward, my eyes are wide open to the possibilities. I've heard when you think of the future, you either feel fear or hope. I am hope, hope, hooray person. In 1956, our little blonde cheerleaders taught us a yell. They told us we were all winners. We went all the way to state. That yell has stayed with me all these years. It goes like this: VICT. TOTOTORY. Victory, victory, yeah. One of the first things Dr. Stringer told me was, Becky, it is not hopeless. I have a great physician on earth, and I have the great physician in heaven. Therefore, I have endless hope, and so do you. And this one was by Becky Tito. Let's see. Any questions? I don't know if I got anybody new. Hey, how you doing, Queen Super Rich? Did I miss anybody? Okay. Hey, QI. QI, you still here? Hey, Miss B-Town. You awake? Munch, 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 munch. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hey, hey, hey. No questions? No questions? Anybody have any questions? You know who got me saying that, don't you? Yeah, Lil Blake. Lil Blake got me saying that. So how's everybody doing? I may read another story in a little bit when I take a break. But my mouth got dry. Yeah. So it's been crazy. And, I guess it's still being crazy. I thought it was quiet, but I guess it wasn't quiet. So I guess Fabi did her what is it, fact uh, Friday, fact check, fact check Friday, and then James Caldwell was on and did his live. It's not. It's I just it's crazy. Yeah, he did it. His he did a live. Hmm. Yeah, he did. And I guess that butter. Uh, Aquarius, did you see Brian? he he took the heck out of me. he he did a live. He did his video, and so everybody was talking about butter. Uh, I'm eating a little snack. Oh, eating you a snack, huh? I mean, munch. But yeah, he I guess because when she first came on, I can't take that a lot. It's happening. Yeah, I look at James, and I looked at Brian, and let's see who else I looked. I think it was about Billie Jean. She did a video, a little different decal. Thank you. You like Brian too? I love him. He said Brian, Brian. Yeah, I got a head full of hair, and I get having hair makes me look different. But Lord knows, I don't want it. Five finally got popped. Yeah, she got popped. Cause I looked at I don't know how many people she had in her chat at that time, but I seen 338. But more could have came in, but I don't think she's hitting that 1K like she used to. Let me see. Read the chat. See what I missed. I can't take a lot. He was a fool. O'Brien, yeah. He had that butter on that stove. Yeah. Right. But it's like a mess. And I guess because when she first came on, I think she had only topped at 438. Yeah. So I'm glad that Billie is back. Well, she said she's not back to stay. Billie Jean, I guess she came back when she heard about Fabe. So she said no, she's not back. But I don't know. This is crazy. But she came back to do her video. Talk about butter popcorn, butter ball, yeah. To talk about, excuse me. She came back to talk about Fire Baby. And then Brian, yeah. You don't know Brian? Brian what did they call him? Brian the Extraordinary. You have to check him out. He is hilarious. I love it. Yeah, he is something else. But as soon as she came on, she's talking about somebody. All these people got blocked, accidentally got blocked or something. And I thought to myself, yeah, how do you, how do just somebody, a group of people just get blocked? Yeah. Yeah, he pronounced it Brian. Brian. Yeah. Um, and then the first thing she do is start trying to brag about uh, having to bring her brother to deal with these men, these gay men, and I couldn't take no more of it. And I left. I said, because like James Caldwell said, he's like, did you really think I'm supposed to be scared of your brother? I'm not scared of your brother. I'm not scared of you, brother. Billy's too busy to be on. Yeah, she. Thing is, everybody has someone to get. Yeah, you think like James said, he got a brother. He's got a brother too. His brother was in his house when he was trying to prove that wasn't him. He said, "I got a brother too." Where's Mo? I don't know where Mo is. She may not have. If the notification messed up, she may not have gotten the notification, or maybe she's asleep. Yeah, but it's. I think I'm really disappointed in her. And see, now you can step back and take a look at her and her behaviors in the past and the stuff that people have said that she's done, and it make you go, I just didn't see it. Because I didn't see it. Well, I felt she was homophobic because the stuff that she said was that with James Caldwell the last time they had an issue. And then when she brought that guy on the last at that time, she brought another guy on. Told Trish that too. Yeah, she brought another guy on, and he was a gay guy, but you bring him on to try to show people, show women or whoever, show the gay guys how another gay guy don't treat women, and that he have his own son. Because there was something about that she had to say about James Caldwell adopting his kids, and so and after that I was like, okay, talking about giving somebody side eye. Yeah, I had to do a little sign too when it came down to that. Yep, and all them F words that she called James Caldwell. I was just, wow. You don't just let words like that just fly out your mouth like that so easily. And stuff about Disney was. So she didn't take her daughter to Disney World. Well, I don't know these people. And then she said she all the people that wanted, I guess, or needed to be sponsored, and there was 7 people. She that all 7 people was sponsored. So is April still going? Yeah, she feeling herself. I don't know why. I don't know why she would be feeling herself because it's not in it's not it's not in a positive way. Maybe she thinks so. So anybody know? Because the people uh, are like, you know, didn't hear the whole thing, but it was sounding like April was April having a problem now? Because I heard, James said, yeah, she she wanted calling him a big fat black. It was like, why you got to call him fat and black? Yes, we are black. All of us are black. But see, you're not saying it in that way. You're saying it as something negative. She called him a girl. Just like Wally said. I know. Ugh. Why would you sit there and call this man a pedophile? Baby. Mm, child. Her nephew's prom. Well, let's see when that man dressed up. I can't touch him. No, yeah. But she got to try to use that as being negative, that she's a drag queen, and it's not like he embarrassed about it. That's a job. That's what he does. It's a job. He's not trans. People say something like, yeah, he sure is. The one with the camel. I don't know. People say some of the meanest, cruel thing. Yeah, she's black. She's not. It's not like she's yellow or caramel color. She's dark. She's dark skinned. So I don't know what she get off calling James Carver black. In that negative. Yeah. But yeah, we know what she meant in the context that she meant it. Yeah, she did start it because just like I went to Miss Gina because Miss Gina let her have it. If y'all hadn't seen Miss Gina's video, go check it out. So right off the top, Miss Gina said, "You reap what you sow," and that's what she said to about Fabe, because you know how Fabe did her, how Fabe talked about her and called herself a dog and out and calling a scammer and all that. She said, now you gonna reap what you sow. Mm-hmm. And just people act like they don't get it. Those people that she started that with James. And because I said it's not what you say, but it's how you say it. And it was how she said that, made that comment about side eyeing anybody that have anything to do or go over to the Mess Express. Okay, you could have said that in a better way. The way that you said it, that's the thing. You and it's all about how you say things, not what you say. With all you know what? Who was that? Who was that last night? I think last night in our chat last night. I think it was like last night. Somebody was naming all the people that she fell out with, or that she had beefs with, and it was so many people. I I didn't realize it was that many people. A whole lot. So where's Jay Wilson? Anybody seen him? Have we went live? I can do colors. Yeah, she colors. But I don't understand because she's just as dark as James Caldwell. You said she named them herself, or all the people that she following out. I guess I, I guess that's something she like to brag about. Hmm, is that right? Yeah, I I just see it just make you go. It just make you go. She named 7 people. And I think it's more than 7. I think it's more than 7. But subscribe to him so I don't know. Okay, about the fake pastor. Well, I don't. I mean, I unsubscribed to him, but I don't know if he gone live or not. I guess after that Cash App party, he may be tired. So probably self-hater. Yeah, I'm just like a little speechless because I really thought she was a good person. And just like James said, she could have been the one. Everybody thought she was, but I guess it blew her head up. It was just sad because I really thought she was a nice person, but I see she's not. Candidate 6 months. Oh, okay. Okay. She wanted his attention and she's still precious. Yeah. Yeah. She really fooled me. I guess she fooled a lot of people. She most definitely she fooled me. Ain't no way I would have thought that she would um, behave like this. But you can't treat people bad and think you're gonna just get away with it. Talking about people, calling his mother the B word. Mm, talking about the man. But like I said last night, I'm glad James has thick skin. And I seen so I seen I do believe she bought her flowers. Yeah, because she dropped she dropped a whole lot with James. James leaving, all of his people left. Hey, Rita, baby, don't you start, Rita. She looking around. Really had me laughing last night. Oh my goodness. But yeah, she she fooled me real good. Cause ain't no way I would have thought that she would be this person that she is. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna read another story. I had to take a break. What do you say? I had you on the floor. Yeah, she liked my my story of me outside running, top all torn, my top and my bottoms. If if I was a tree, I would take this and run with it. If you stayed up tonight to get you last night. Yeah, I'm glad you did. It's a big one. Yes, contact credits and me too. Well, thank you very much. All right. Well, you have a good night. I appreciate you coming by anytime. Yeah. Yeah. So, mm, it makes you think, make you go, unbelievable. Thank you. God bless you too. Yes, it does. And it makes me think. It's like, did she did she did she do behave like the good fight? Was that a put on? Was that an act? And how she is today now, is that how she really is? Is that what she really about? Mm, could be. Well, I know she fooled me real good, because ain't no way I would have thought she would behave like this. And then bring your brother on like he gonna do something. If somebody gonna drag you, they gonna drag you. Well, your brother can't stop nobody from dragging you. And who was that? The real Mrs. The real Mrs. J. She She made a video, and it was a short one, but she said, "You brought your brother on here to take up, like he can stop people, he can do something." And she said, "All I gotta say to you is your brother got drugged." James, James drugged him too. Drugged both of y'all. hmm She thought it was safe. It's safe. It's safe, little baby. read, read that story right quick. I'm surprised that VS or TSCC they hadn't came on. Cause I don't think they haven't talked about butter, have they? I hate saying that. Talking about butter. Yeah, yeah. Mm. Unless they may Miss Express may come on. I ain't no telling. Okay, I'm gonna read you another story. I had to take a break because my mouth is getting dry and my eyes too. One more here, so Rita can hear. Since she missed all the other ones. Aquarius, you still here? You're probably just quiet. And undeniable me. Oh, okay. She's still there. Okay. The title of this one is God Kept Me. I would have done the same thing. I have a man. I have men to handle stuff like that. But that's in real life. Well, yeah, and I said, this is what I was saying too. I mean, if it was in real life, yeah. But this is nothing but YouTube. But if you can store a mess, then you ought to be able to take whatever it, if you start it, you got to be able to keep it out. Actually, I was read at the beginning, so I had some of it, but I had to leave for a little bit. So, yeah, the people you on keyboard. Yeah, ain't nothing. It ain't like they can reach out and slap the hell out of you through the computer. Oh, did I miss that? Did I miss? Where is it? I didn't see it. Yeah. I thought I missed the. No, I didn't miss a comment. Mm-mm. No, thought I had, but I didn't. Okay. Let me read this last story here. The title is God Kept Me. That's the title of my favorite song. I love the I love the melody, the words, more importantly, the reminder it is to me a very personal reminder. It is it is the hymn a young lady sang and dedicated to me my first Sunday back to church after a life-threatening, life-changing event. The surgical report read, she almost coded. We had to bring her back. I think that would be called a defining moment. Also, a lady told me she knew I would walk back in that church. My name is Louise Kelly. I'm a 77-year-old African American woman. The word I use to describe myself is blessed. I've been married for 58 years to the same man. We have 2 sons, and I am blessed to be here for my granddaughters and to see my 5 great grandchildren. When I think back, I can remember as if it was yesterday. Seeing my husband for the first time, I had never dated, but I surely didn't want him to know that. So when he approached me, I made up a name. I've been dating Anthony, I said. I didn't even know Anthony. We dated for a year and then married. I'm the oldest of 5 children. My mother died when I was very young. The responsibility for my 4 siblings fell to me. It was a heavy load. I started caregiving at an early age. My husband says now, God has spared you so you can take care of me. God certainly has kept me. I know it is for a purpose. My husband is not in good health and does. My granddaughter is also sick and she has 3 children. Dang, that's a lot. Yeah. I'm going back to 2003 to tell my story of ovarian cancer. It was then that I started having symptoms: low abdominal pain, bloating, bloating, and losing weight. On Sunday, the pain was so bad that I knew I needed to go to the hospital. I checked into the emergency room on March the 8th, 2004. They discovered a blockage. Before then, I had gone to my primary care physician. A scan found nothing. It was clear. I went to the gynecologist. She found nothing. Maybe a bladder infection, she thought. I got a prescription for an antibiotic. Another trip back to my primary care doctor, who said, we don't find a thing. That appears to happen often. Other women I hear say the same thing. We were missed and dismissed. On March 13, 2004, I had surgery for the blockage. I'd had a colonoscopy a year earlier, and it had been clear. After surgery, one doctor said, you might as well take all that equipment off of her. She's had a heart attack. She's not going to make it. Thankfully, my pastor was standing there and offered, no, the devil is a liar. Don't you dare take it off. Later, another doctor came and said, she's going to make it. I was in the intensive care unit for 12 days on a hospital floor for 5 days, and then sent to a rehab facility for 6 days. I don't remember much of the ICU experience except that someone told me to repeat the Lord's Prayer over and over. I did that. I also kept talking scripture to myself. God kept me then, and He has continued to keep me. My son said he asked me if I wanted them to take the equipment off. And I said no. I don't remember him asking me that. I do remember the oncologist asking me, "Do you want to do chemo?" I said, "Yes, I do." He said, "It could have, it could be a year, two, five, or whatever. We never know." I went to my primary care physician and he said I might have until December. I was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer, and in everyone's opinion, I didn't have very long. Okay. God obviously thought otherwise. When I began this journey, my cancer marker, which was her CA-125, was 1500. After chemo, it went down to 34. Now, in March 2007, her CA125 was 10. I had a memory. I had a memory of a relative picking up my chart, reading it, and shaking her head in a not good news fashion. I have gone back and asked her, "What did you read? What did you read that made you?" Sorry about that. Oh, that dog ringtone is gonna get me. It's gonna kill me. Okay. All right. Hey, hush. Making that noise. Okay. Um, hey, be quiet. I have gone. I guess they have to use the restroom. Hold on. I gotta let them out. Oh, Lord. Hush. Be quiet. Be quiet. Come on. Okay, I'm back. Find my place. All right. What did you read that made you shake your head? She doesn't remember. I don't know that it really matters much now. 3 years later, I'm still here. We used to travel a lot. I love to cook. Soul food is my specialty. Turnip greens, sweet potatoes, okra, black eyed peas, broccoli, cabbage, and red beans. I always have something green for dinner. I like to cook extra on Sunday in case somebody comes by. I am trying to be careful about my diet. I have cut down on sugar. Going to the grocery store is something I love to do. I am not much of a shopper except for groceries. The ladies in my support group are always talking about my being a snappy dresser, many accessories. One said, Louise, you have got to be our poster woman. I noticed about 8 months ago that the feeling of depression began. I've not been a worrier, but I do remember one time crying so hard because I was hurting. Since then, the one thing I worry about is my health. I go to the local YMCA twice a week for exercise. I think that helps me feel better. I really didn't have bad side effects from the chemotherapy drug, Doxil. No nausea, no vomiting. At times, depression is still with me. I've got a clear conscience. I don't think there is anything I want to say that I haven't already said. I have dealt with unforgiveness. I think when you don't forgive a person, that is self abuse. It hurts you, not the other person. With my husband in bad health and my condition, I do know my other family members are doing all they can to take care of us. I am doing my best. I am too blessed to be stressed. What would I tell someone who has just heard you have ovarian cancer? The first thing I would tell them that the first thing I would say to them is trust in God, not in man. Trusting in man would have resulted in the hospital personnel removing all the stuff from me. God spoke through my pastor. I made it. So I give thanks to God who has kept me. I thank the hospital and medical staff for my care. I thank my oncologist. He says I am doing better than he thought I would. Back to my title. God kept me. The devil thought he had me, but God reached and got me. He held me close so I wouldn't let go. I am still here today by his grace. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know who holds the future. And that's by Louise Kelly. That's the little lady that I tell you was the one that always had something funny to say at each group, the cancer support group. Let's see. Oh, you say what? When my phone rung. Yeah, that's probably. I'm gonna try to find it. Did I? Hopefully they don't. That didn't play long enough for them to count, because they'll get that ringtone gets me. Keisha Colby won her money. So okay. So what's that? What's that? I can't believe. Well, I seen something. I think that was today, or I think VS. It was VS and Chopper was talking. They were talking about the what's the name of that gentleman's panel, and then Captivating Kristen uh, came on with them. He's just I don't know. Because I think that with the panel when they first came on, they talked about HIV and AIDS. Month is December, okay, and I think VS was getting on, basically saying that they didn't do enough. They didn't talk about the subject enough. All they talked about was the good. He was born last night. Yeah, they talked about all the good stuff with having HIV or AIDS. I don't see what any of it's good, but I understand what she was saying. She said, yeah, not one time did y'all mention any of the bad stuff of having HIV or AIDS. And what Kristen was trying to say to them was, okay, we didn't have the time, nor did they try and make the whole gentleman's panel that night about HIV and AIDS. They were just only bringing it up, hitting on a few points of it. But she was like, but still, you didn't, y'all didn't tell any of the bad that happened, that, when you have HIV. And he kept trying to say, well, we wasn't going to spend that much time, a whole night on talking about HIV. And I guess they figured that they should have. And after that, I didn't know. I don't think I watched the rest of it. Because they was like, Chopper was in there. He was trying to drill Captivating Christian about it too, about not telling the good. You told the good stuff, but you didn't tell the bad stuff about it. So I don't know how that ended. I'll probably watch the rest of it another time. Yep. Hush, Onyx. They should have, because that's the perfect promo panel gave me. Well, yeah, and maybe they should, maybe they should have. Wait a minute, what Demetri lit all day? Corny, straight, title, action, bumper. I don't get Demetria sometimes. I don't know what that's about. Corny, straight, title, action, bump you. She's a little weird. Let's see, they could have talked. Yeah, or maybe that may make them. She would say she drunk. Oh, because she's usually lit. Okay. She be killing me. I be laughing at her. And she get on there. And she's got this, I don't know what voice that is that she used, but she just be off the chain. Says crazy stuff. Especially when she get on to Lockheed, boss lady. When she get on Lockheed, I mean, she drags Lockheed. Oh, Lord. She is a mess. Yeah, so, yeah, she's hilarious. Yeah, because she drug blockhead not too long ago, some days ago, and boy, it was hilarious. And ain't no telling what she's saying about Kwani. You know, they remind me of each other. You know how they do their videos, just be like Way and La La Land. Some stuff you don't be understanding what the heck they talking about. They be screaming. Oh my goodness. Mm-mm. Let's see. Nobody else. So, and drunk, yeah. Someone is BBK. Is she totally over there with with Babe Nation, and I think what did James do? I think did he block her? Because at first he said he unmodded her so that she didn't get caught in the middle, because she mods for him and for Fabe. So he unmodded her and said it was, so she wouldn't have to choose. And then, what was that? That was just a little while ago. So BBK came into his chat and said something. And I didn't get what she said. I don't know if anybody else seen what she said. And then he said, this got to be crazy. He said, this can't be real. And then he said, is that the real BBK? He said, well, I tell you what, if it is, let me do this. So I'm thinking he probably blocked him. Did anybody else see it? Or was I the only one? I love the way she laughs at herself. Yeah, because she knows she be saying some crazy stuff. But, yeah, I was wondering, I was like, don't tell me. You got to watch the, yeah, I'd be like, don't tell me BBK said something off the wall. Because I couldn't believe it. I thought she, when I've seen her in James' chat, she always seemed like she was James, James, and only it was his only mod, and I thought she was down for him, but looked like she took sides. Yeah. And James say, well, let me do this, in case he was. So he probably blocked her. And I seen yeah. Oh, and what is? Yeah, I seen. Let's see. I meant to ask QI something. QI still here? QI, are you still here? I didn't get a chance to. I needed to ask her, did she get that? Skip the ads. Oh yeah. Yeah, whenever y'all watch my replays, please don't skip through the ads. It'll help me out a whole lot, because I get paid with the ads. If they're long, just let it run. Just let it run through the ads before you sit down and start enjoying my videos. Yeah, those ads, I get paid if you watch the ads. If you skip them, I don't. Mm. I would appreciate it. Yeah, I know, because I know sometimes they, um, because I have such long um, lives. Well, sometimes I have long lives. They'll put quite a few ads in there, you know, because like last night, I think it was like 6 hours. So within 6 hours, they put quite a few ads in it. So if y'all just let them play through, it'll help me. Skip, 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 Malu. Ooh. My goodness. I know, I know, I know. Mm-hmm. Now let's talk about, let's see. Oh, I watched, what's his name? Food Junkie. You, remember he had did a video last night? And I was wondering, I wanted to know what he had to talk about because he was talking to, Rita Baby. He was talking to Butter. He made a video to Butter. He uh, when he was talking, he was saying, in one part of it, I know he said, you never watched him. I really never, would say Butter here. I never really watched him. At the beginning I did, but then when he got with Sean Bradley, I stopped watching him. But he basically was saying, like, you know, you think you come in here to try, you know, try to come at us? Are you crazy? He was like, you can't whoop no ass here. So yeah, I said, okay now. I said, all right. Um, I think James, was it James said, or was it Food Junkies said, you do know that we still men. I was like, mm-hmm, okay. Don't don't let us have to. Yeah, you think you come here and to try and to do what to these grown men? I don't know what what he was thinking or what Bobby was thinking. Them still grown men. Yes, do the interview with Daryl. Yep. Okay. So yeah, I had to check Dimitri. Dimitri make your nerves bad. When I watch her videos. Yeah, she a goofball. I had her laughing last night. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Her and Kwani is two of a kind. She, they are two of a kind. They remind me of each other. Get all hyped and screaming and yelling. Mm. So let's see, what is we going to talk about? Oh, boy. Yeah, she had a ball. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was something. That was funny. Really, something about she spit out her drink. Uh, told you, I still feel like. Oh, you wasn't here, were you? D-Town? And Aquarius wasn't either, was. No, I don't think Aquarius was it. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, it was. I was much younger. Um, I think it's probably been about 25 years ago. You spit it. You spit the drink out. Okay, okay, and I exercise a lot, and so I would, have you those suits, those solar suits. Some of them are black, but that plastic that you put on and you sweat. So I put one of those on, and I went running. On my way back, cars kept blowing at me, and it was blowing, or either blowing and waving. Just blowing, 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 and I'm thinking to myself, why are all these people waving? I don't know these people. I mean, and so I kept running. Cars blowing, still blowing, and when I'm going like, uh, and for some reason, I just happened to look down like this, and my boobs were hanging out. Now, the thing is, I don't like to read instructions, but if I had read the instructions, it would tell you um, to put something on up under this suit, because the weight of the water that you're sweating, it weighs on the plastic and it tear. Well, I'm jogging and breasts everywhere. Just, and when I seen it, I was just so embarrassed. I grabbed it and I put it like this, and I take out running, and then my bottoms tore, and so I'm like just trying to cover up, and I had to grab the back of them, and I was running for dear life. I was so embarrassed. I'm thinking about all those people that passed and honking at me and waving at me, and my breast was out. Not only was my breast out, the bottoms tore. So I was running like this. I had got tried to do it like this, and I had to try to hold it back. And I was running, and I was looking like I was handicapped, because I was just trying to hold them together until I made it home. Now I had a ways to go. You was out on the stroll. Now I was out running and get some exercise, but because I don't follow instructions and read instructions, I didn't put anything up under the suit. Because you should put something up under, whether it's what? Hey, some leggings or shorts, just anything up under, in case it tear like it did on me, and then all of your stuff. Um, hey, how you doing, Mimi? then all your goodies wouldn't be hanging out. Oh my goodness, I was so embarrassed. Even when I got in my house, I sat there and I was like this because I felt so violated. I'm out there running, and breasts just flopping all over the place, and not knowing. Oh my God, I was so embarrassed. I sit in the house and I was going like this. I cannot believe like I was gonna see those people again, but it wasn't that. It's just I felt violated because I'm out there running and didn't know that the top had torn, and I didn't feel it. I didn't feel the breeze. What I had on some I had a pair of underwear, but that was it. Oh my gosh, I was so embarrassed. I wouldn't. I still remember like that was just yesterday, and I still feel embarrassed when I think about it. They just think I'm out there running. So yeah, that is one of the most embarrassing moments. Can, can you imagine just yes. Yes, Lord. Ooh, yes. Yeah, that was embarrassing. I'm sitting up there waving. Like, at first I was waving, and when they honking and waving, I was like, hey, hey. And then I started going like, hey, 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 what's that? All these people honking at me? Uh, it's not like I know them. And I'm going, I had some hesitation. Hey, why are they honking at me? And then I just happened to do like this, just look down out, because I had stopped for uh, for a little bit, and I'm like, who's the advertisement? I guess they may have thought I was straw on the stroll, the whole stroll. And I'm going like, hey, and I looked down, and I was like, oh, that. It's hanging out. What the heck? And I was running. Ooh, I was running. Hey, Mom, I was trying to get home. I was like, oh my goodness, I hope I don't know anybody. Just saluting everybody. That was awful. Yes, my goodness. Yeah, I'm glad the police didn't pass. I waved the white flag. Yeah, because I was sure. The police would have came out there and been like, excuse me, ma'am? I said, can you give me a ride? Because when I realized it, I just wanted to just stop and sit down where I was. But I thought, that's not going to solve your problem, Lisa. And yeah, I had to read the instructions because, man, that was messed up. That was messed up. Mm-hmm. That's what, not reading the instructions. Something real simple that now, when I think about it, that, that should have been plain as day. Put something in the abundant. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm glad the police didn't come by waving. Probably would have U-turned in the street. It pulled up. Um, are you having some issues? What the hell you think? Oh my, oh my doggone breast hanging out. Mm-mm. um, I can't remember. I don't think I was. Yeah, I don't think I was. You having some issues? Shoot, yeah, I'm having some issues. Can't you tell? I'm trying to hold my stuff. All my stuff in the top and all my stuff in the bottom. Sheesh. Yeah, I was embarrassed. Mm. Yeah, that's my embarrassing moment, I tell you. Mm. Sure, sure. And I could I could understand if I had some small ones, I might have been able to cover them up. But you running, uh-uh. And then I had to hold the bottle. And I was like, Lord. And I had to do that. Just to do. Who is it? It's me, Cynthia. Oh gosh. Don't do that. Oh yes, my goodness. You're abusing power. Oh. Boy, if I tell you, I laughed last night. Just pitiful. Thank you for this thing. They would have said, well, why are your breasts hanging out on the sting? You pushing it too far. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you get when you don't read instructions. Yeah, by any means necessary. Let your breast flop out. Now you really running. That was a mess. Boy, I must have ran up them stairs so fast. Got it, and I was like, oh, I can't believe I can't believe I did that. Oh. And I just I was like, in the house. I was already in the house. I don't know why I was like, I can't believe I did that. Like some I'm gonna know any of those people or see well, I don't know. Ain't no telling, can't say never. There was a mess. A hot mess. There's anybody else? Why does it seem like it's quiet? I would thought it would be really lit, especially well, I guess 5A didn't have she didn't have much of Joyce's life. Um, I didn't think she didn't have that much fact check to do. You want another story? Her pillow talk. She be nice. Okay. This one is Cancer, a momentum, life-changing event. I was 41 years old, a full-time mommy, a full-time respiratory therapist, buying a home, moving, and busy living my life. I didn't. You about to go to sleep? Oh. I didn't have time to be sick. I had acid reflux and needed to lose weight. I went to see my primary care physician for my annual checkup, a mammogram, and birth control pills. What I got was a MRI, a visit to Texas Oncology, and a hysterectomy. I also lost 10 pounds and a cantaloupe-sized ovarian tumor. Late on July 9th, 2004, I woke up from general anesthesia to see my doctor. He had tears in his eyes when he told me it was ovarian cancer and it was stage 3. I was numb. I was sad. I was overwhelmed. But I knew deep down inside, uh, I lost my weight. Okay. But I knew deep down inside. I knew after the MRI that it was cancer. I had planned on the worst case scenario. I had cried driving to and from work from Canton to Dallas. I had read everything on the internet. I had done my research, but no one is really ready to accept the worst. I now had a terminal illness. I was going to die. But in penny fashion, I decided I would be like Scarlett O'Hara. Why fiddle dee dee? I don't want to think about that right now. I will think about this tomorrow. I've always been one to have a good pity party. This time I allowed myself a couple of weeks. Uh, yeah. Then wipe my eyes, blow my nose, and say, okay, now what am I going to do about this? I first had to heal from my surgery. Then I had to plan my chemotherapy. Then it would be all over and I could get back to my life on my terms. I had a 4-year-old daughter that needed a mommy. I needed to be in her life for all the skin knees, the broken hearts, the dance recitals, report cards, graduations, even every dream a mommy has for her child. I had also started at Children's Hospital in Dallas. I was fulfilling my dreams and plans. I had found a house as big as I wanted with 4.5 acres of land. I was going to have green grass to mow, goats to play with, and maybe even a cow or a horse. Oh, okay. 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 Gee. Unfortunately, life is not always as planned. I healed from surgery. I had the first 6 rounds of chemotherapy. My mom and dad came to live with us. Finances got very tight. Getting back to work was slower than I had hoped. The side effects and fatigue were physically and emotionally and spiritually draining. 3 months after round one of chemo, my counts, which is CA 125, were going up. I started chemo again. Every month I had chemo. I took over a year for me to finally accept that this is not going away. This is an ongoing chronic issue. I still live my life the way I want. I just have to schedule in chemo, plan on bad days, and live for good days. Like Scarlett O'Hara, I have determined never to give up. I have a beautiful daughter who is my light, my hope, my joy, and my reason to get up every morning, even if I do not want to. I still have my career at Children's Medical Center in Dallas. They have been wonderful to me. They work around my chemo schedule and all my sick days. I have learned to slow down a bit, take time out for me and my family. My husband and I went to Alaska and brought his mom to come live with us. We just went on our first cruise. We are now planning our summer vacation. I still don't feel sick, although fatigue is my cancer is still there. My counts go up and down, but I am stable. As long as I am stable, I am living. I take life one day at a time. Some of my favorite sayings: cancer is not for sissies. Cancer sucks. This too shall pass. In the spirit of Dory on Finding Nemo, just keep going. Just keep going. My mission for you, if you choose to accept it, is be happy. Don't worry. Life every day, live every day as if it's your last. And always say your good night prayers. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And if I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. If I should live another day, I pray the Lord to guide my ways. Amen. And this was my Penny. That's pretty good one. I'm sorry, I have to say. What topic you have tomorrow? It's bedtime. Did she sleep? I said Mimi, most of them, I'm asleep. Let's see. What's the title of the title of this book? It's called Torch. It's the acronyms for Torch is Tales of Remarkable Courage and Hope. It has 26 stories from the 26 women. They tell their story of their journey when they find out that they had ovarian cancer. Oh, okay. You not sleep? Okay. I didn't know what you was talking about. Say something about you asleep. Or you said, you mean most of them I'm asleep. Or would you say most of them are asleep? Read another one. Since we ain't got much to talk about. This thing keeps scaring me. That's the book that has your ex-wife story. Uh, no, her story is in the other book. Yeah, we finished that book. What I mean, it's with them. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. It's a good book with a lot of stories. Because everybody is different in their symptoms. I will go back over the symptoms when I finish this, but I'm going to read this one. It's the gift of today. I was recently driving through New Mexico in very heavy fog at night on unfamiliar roads. My granddaughter thought it was grand, like bumper cars, Nana. All you have to do is stay between the lines. I had to remind her that with bumper cars, the object is to bounce off the bumper of all the other cars on the track. Something I hoped we would not be doing. The fog was heavy for a time, but as day was breaking, the fog gradually began to lift. It was sporadic and would change from foggy to clear and then back again several times before ultimately clearing altogether. When the fog lifted, the road signs were distinct and clear and very easy to read. I looked around further. The beauty of the day was just beginning, and I was taken aback in awe. It occurred to me how similar my journey with cancer has been. Like in the fog, when I was first diagnosed, I could hardly see anything. It was black and dark. I was scared. The beams of light offered no look into the future, but rather reflected helplessly back into my immediate path. Instead of looking at the big picture, I had I had to concentrate on just staying between the lines. My first CT scan showed cancer throughout my stomach, pancreas, ovaries, ominium, something like that, spleen, possibly cancer. Possibly colon and liver, and the list goes on. My son was with me when I got the news, but I couldn't bring myself to call my daughter. Luckily, my son called her, and she drove all night to be with me. I went home and cried in my sweetheart Richard's arm. We scheduled an emergency sisters meeting so I could tell them in person. It had to be done, but having recently lost another sister to breast cancer, it was not easy. I just knew my life would be over in 6 months or less. I like the fall. Let me get it back. I like the fog. The next few weeks were a blur. There were blood tests, biopsies, and a PET scan. On the way to my doctor's office, I pulled out a copy of the PET scan and saw the blanket of malignant wrapped around my liver. This couldn't be good. Additionally, the biopsies of confirmed two primary malignant uh, ovarian and isolated cell cancer of pancreas. Okay, that's a lot to say. Decisions had to be made. How do you make decisions when your life depends on it? I researched on the internet and became even sure of my impending demise. Luckily, I had the support of friends and family. They dragged me along and helped me stay on course. I also stopped researching. I stopped searching the internet. I later learned that by the time statistics are published, they are already outdated. I was also tested and found positive for the uh, BR, BRCA1 gene. That's for breast cancer. I officially had a 90% chance of breast cancer and a 40% chance of ovarian cancer. I also learned that there were other cases of ovarian cancer in my family, a grandmother and a cousin, both of whom had died from this. Additionally, I had two sisters and a mom who had breast cancer twice each. My siblings were tested as well. Two were positive for the genetic mutation. Two were negative. My kids were tested. One positive, one negative. I was told I would need to be in remission for 2 years before a decision would need to be made about my breasts. Both of my sisters who were positive, however, opted for prophylactic surgery. They found early ductal breast cancer in one. I was relieved that she would not have to go through chemo. I opted to have my debulking surgery in the middle of the chemotherapy regimen. They would also do a pancreas resection for the pancreatic cancer. She had all that. Though one physician suggested, who, somebody's talking to me. Uh, I don't think she could. That's like the second time. I don't think Cheryl is in here. They need. Oh, okay. You said they need to do more blood testing countrywide. It should be mandated for breast and ovarian cancer. Yeah, it should. That's that's the only way that you see. You say your sister did. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. They should do it when you do your pap smears. Okay. Where did I get off it? Okay. Okay. She said she opted. Let's see. A total of 8 chemos were scheduled. Okay. Luckily, I responded almost immediately to chemo. Surgery was done after number 4 and was considered a success because they were able to optimally debulk. I continued to work long hours and took the minimum of time off that I felt I needed. I continued to drive too fast on this fog saturated road. Oh, you hit at that password pancreatic, pancreatic. Let's see. don't know. I keep getting the same text from you. This blood test doing it. Oh, do they? Oh, okay. Well, they need to do it in other places because that's how all these women get misdiagnosed and end up with stage 3 or stage 4 ovarian cancer. See. I guess I thought the faster I drove, the faster I could get this behind me. During this time, I did attend a support group for women with ovarian cancer. The meetings were held at Baylor University Medical Center in Dallas. I completed the treatment regimen on November the 11th, 2005, still burning the candle at both ends. I went to my daughter's house to help her after her C-section, scheduled for 3 days later. While there, I got high fevers and even passed out in the bathroom and broke some ribs. I saw a physician locally who administered IV antibiotics and rehydrated me. My boss and other people at work were very supportive. My boss even suggested I take long lunches and travel to the Baylor support groups whenever possible. I take long lunches. Oh, not the red. Okay. I was terrified, but something else was happening to me as well. I began to take less joy in my work, something that had once actually defined me. Many aspects of my job seemed very trivial. I found myself using mortality as a measuring stick for everything. This is beneficial when, for instance, you have a spat with your loved one and you just need to get over it. But at work, even travel things need to be addressed. I continued to do my job, but I was getting more difficult, not returning to like I thought it would. The fog remained heavy as I continued to work too much. I often worried about a recurrence. The support group was wonderful. I could be myself there, and they understood. What do I look for in a recurrence? I asked one day. The women discussed their own experiences. They talk and share, but advice is never given, just support and understanding. It is strange to say, but the fog started lifting after my recurrence. Not feeling I needed to be the hero anymore, I took a leave of absence from work. This time around, I would take better care of myself. I am enrolled in a yoga class and go to the support group most weeks. I am in a good place most days. The fog is gone and everything is bright and clear. It's a different life. It revolves around doctor visits and lab and radiographic tests, but it's not a bad life. It's a shame, but without this experience, I would not be at this place. For the most part, I have quit worrying about mortality. My mantra now, I heard this one day at support group from a very wise woman. My days are numbered by the Lord, and only He knows when that time will be up and whether it will be by heart attack, accident, or ovarian cancer. There is a reason they call each day the present. This is it was written by Joyce Camp. She's got faith isn't faith until it's all you're holding on to. Author unknown. Let's see. Okay. Pancreatic. Okay. But she was young. She was young. She was a fighter. She gave it all she had. Yeah. She gave it all she had. She left 5 children. We celebrate her every chance we get. No, yeah. Mm. Some of them have been fighting. Yeah. 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 That, it's a it's a hard fight to fight. But as long as you're here. Yep. I, when I first got these books, and I was just thinking, these people are, these women are strong to have to go through much as they do, all of without chemotherapy and uh, getting ports put in and radiation and going to get their exams. It may like every 6 months, especially if they're in remission. But if they're not, every day we was going to we was going to chemotherapy every day. And she had to get her blood done and all that, and having surgery for this and surgery for that. They removed her spleen and her gallbladder and had to cut off some of her liver. Mm, yeah, yeah, yeah. And like I said, B was she was she was strong. Yeah, it's just a lot. I even told B, I was like, I don't know how you do it, but I don't think I could do it. Yeah, it's very consuming. You basically, for people that kept working, when B was diagnosed, she still worked, and I think after when she still began to have that fluid on her stomach, and she could barely, get around, and her stomach would bother. And then that's when she decided that she would just not work anymore. She would go ahead and retire. Because it's like too much having to go to chemotherapy every day, get your blood done and all that. Um, but yeah, they they some strong women, especially some of those women been with ovarian cancer, been fighting ovarian cancer for 20 years. That's a long time. That's a long time. Yeah, and they always say you never know how strong you are until you have to be strong. You don't have a choice. You never know how strong you are until you have to be strong. Yeah. hmm And then when finally they decide, yeah, when they decide that they're tired of fighting, yeah, and then they just stop, just stop fighting. And listening to one of those women was talking about she had had like a hundred sessions of chemo. 100? Wow, that's that's a lot of chemo. 100 sessions of chemo. Yeah, that's a lot. That's good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Every day I went with her, sitting there while she was getting chemo. I didn't know that I was gonna be affected by the chemo while I was sitting in there. Leave it to me. Come out and just don't just burnt in your nose. You taste you don't can't taste your food like you used to. You can't nothing like your like cologne. It never smells the same. Food don't taste the same. It's like I might as well had chemo myself. Uh-oh. Made a mess. Chemo takes a toll. Oh yeah, it is. It definitely does take a toll. I met a lady who beat breast cancer 10 years later. She was diagnosed with, yeah, that's because one of them was strong. Yeah, you were affected by her chemo. Yeah, being in the room with her, it it uh, took the hair off of my arms. Um, didn't have hair in my nose anymore, and that changed the smell of everything. It also changed the taste of food for me, and my colognes never smelled the same as before the chemo. I was like, my goodness, well, because I'll be sitting with her while she's getting it. Ain't that crazy? Yeah, because with them it would told me she tired something and died too. Oh yeah, yeah. They get tired. They get tired, and that chemo does. Chemo is like a poison. It'll kill the cancer cells, but it also, while it's killing the bad cells, it will kill the good ones. Well, I definitely tried to be, but she was stronger than I was. She dealt with it. I never seen her. I never seen her cry. Even when they told her she had ovarian cancer, she didn't cry. I never seen her cry. Never. Mm-mm. Even when she, probably felt that she was, getting ready to die, she didn't cry. Mm-mm. Never cried. And I guess for her, she figured, heck, she jumped from a burning plane in a burning house, got hit by lightning, struck by lightning. Did 2 tours in Desert Storm in Kuwait. I guess she figured, hell, if I made it through that, I can definitely make it through this. And She's 17 now. In full remission. Okay. That is awesome. But the fear never leaves. No, it doesn't. It never goes away. Because when you have to go and, you've been in remission and then you have to have your exams, your follow-ups, or every 3 months, every 6 months. When you go in, you're like on pins and needles, wondering what your ultrasound or sonogram or MRI or PET scan, what it's gonna show every year now for her. That's good, cause yep, that CA 125. And Mimi, you was talking about the lady, somebody that had ovarian cancer, breast cancer, and then ovarian cancer. Uh, they are tied. They are tied in together somehow. They say if you have ovarian cancer, you could end up having breast cancer, and if you have breast cancer, you end up having ovarian cancer. I'm not sure how they tied together, but they are. hmm Yeah, she three three 3 years old. Yeah, she's a hero. hmm Yeah, it ain't no joke. Mm-mm. And with breast cancer having that whatever that BRAC, I guess they must have a BRAC1 and a BRAC2, because I read in other books someone had a lady had BRAC1, and then I seen it was BRAC2, so it's a gene. Diagnosed with lupus at 17. Now she's now 44. Oh, okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know why they won't give the test. They should. I mean, they know all these women die from breast cancer. I mean, ovarian cancer, and they haven't. They're not smart enough to know that they should give those tests, the CA 125, in the bracket. Yes, I heard that breast cancer. Like in his hand, yeah. Because there's been women in those these in this book, the stories where they've had breast cancer and then they end up having ovarian cancer too, and then the other way around, which is that's a scary thought to especially ovarian cancer, because I told you didn't know pap smears didn't check until you told me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then they have people, women thinking they take these pap smears annually, that they'll be okay. And no, you won't be okay. Yeah, yeah, it need to be free. Mm-hmm. Having people thinking women thinking that they're okay, just get your pap smear and you'll be safe. No, because most of those women in the book, and I think one of the stories that I read, the woman thought they said something about, she took a pap smear and everything was okay and did this and that was okay. I think it was that the story I just read a little while ago. Yeah, and and then to find out it's it doesn't pick up. It will not tell you if you have ovarian cancer. Even some with that one of those ladies, she had took all these things and all these tests, and everything was like everything is normal. Everything it's nothing. Everything is good. Everything is negative, and then turn around and find out that you have ovarian cancer. Usually they find out when they doing something else, when they looking for something else. Mm-hmm. Funding for the repeal, but we need more funding for the woman's body. Yeah, most definitely. It's just sad to see. I knew the women at the support group at Baylor. You know, you sit. I was sitting there, and I just looking around at all these women, young, old, older, you know, and it's sad to know that they have to go through being nauseated, having fluid on their stomach, walking around looking like they're pregnant, carrying all that fluid, having all those surgeries. Mm-hmm. They will not do a surgery on a woman to go in without a good reason. Insurance companies don't want to pay. What's a good thing? Yep. Yep. And of all things, ovarian cancer. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Especially when you know your body better than your doctor do, and if you know that like most of those women say, I wasn't feeling good, or I could tell something was not right. All this, they know their body. That's why, I'm just saying, you need to pay attention to your body. You know when something ain't right. You know, even when they tell you, oh, okay, you got indigestion or you got acid reflux, you know, and then you think about how much time was wasted on them misdiagnosing you, and now when you do find out, you sit there and look all pitiful and saying, well, it's stage 3C, or you have ovarian cancer, uh, stage 4, because of all the time that has been wasted in them telling you got acid reflux. Yeah, laparoscopic. They need a good reason. They need to have every 2 years go in. Yep, check those ovaries. Yeah, and it seemed like whenever I'm in these stories, it's always the right ovary. I'm like, what's the problem? There, it's always the right ovary, and most of the stories that I read is the right ovary. To ER, Try to find my uterus. It's full. Yeah. There. My blood and separate was closed. Okay. Yep. Just like that one woman, her mother had been sick. She hadn't been feeling good, and instead of her telling her daughter, or going to the doctor, she, she kept it to herself. She didn't tell anybody. And by the time that she got real sick and they had to take her to the emergency room, ended up having surgery. They cut her open, and she had so much cancer in her stomach. They couldn't do anything. They just closed her back up and told her family she had 3 months to live, and she died shortly after that. And then her daughter is the one that had ovarian cancer. So yeah, had symptoms that can't misdiagnose. Back up mode. It had nowhere to go. Started latching on to your ovaries. Yeah, just so young, 3-year-old, 29. Yep. Yep. I didn't think I ever would hear of like a 17, 18-year-old, or 17 anyway, have ovarian cancer. But I think the girl was 17. And you thinking, my goodness. It's an insurance issue. Yeah. There's because I do hashtag ovarian cancer, um, I, I get recommended stories of women that had ovarian cancer on YouTube site. So when I get them, I read them. I was reading one, and this one young girl, she was young. I think she was 19, and she had ovarian cancer. And at the time, her hair was short, so she had recently had gone through chemo. And I was just reading the comments, and then one person was asking, you know, how had anybody heard from her? And then I went further down, and I seen that somebody had said that she had passed away a year ago. It was just kind of sad, uh, touching, just to be reading, listening to her video, and then reading the comments, and go further down. Somebody asked about her, and then somebody said, yeah, she passed away a year ago. That was kind of sad. Yeah, she was young. She was still in her, I think she was 19, 18, something like that. Yep, they always misdiagnosing, especially ovarian cancer. but I don't see how they are still having such um, a lot of women being misdiagnosed when you know that ovarian cancer, you know, the symptoms are basically just regular symptoms that women go through. So why not just give the test? Give women a test instead of telling, writing a prescription for Prolasac, acid reflux, or indigestion, or gas, or all these other reasons they might misdiagnose women. Okay. 16 her back and the stomach hurt. Yeah, yeah. Definitely need to for months. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. They won't sit up and waste time by giving you all these medication for indigestion and stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me get that. That's, that's basically wasting people's time. Wasting time. Hold on, let me get. Let me. Oh, let me get. Okay. I have to let my dogs out. And then they go out there and want to play. Okay, it's what we got here. We got 12 of them. Um, let's see, no, 1, 2, 3. They are in the house. In the pay. Yeah, yeah, they are definitely what I call knowledge. Yep. Uh, uh, yeah. I got you got bloating. You got swollen stomach. You have backache. You have irregular cycles, fatigue, full. You have the feeling of being full when you eat while eating. You have tuberculosis. You have painful intercourse, constipation, and or diarrhea, indigestion, increased urination, and have some lung issues. And I think another one was one lady had leg pain. Yeah. So bloating, swollen tummy, pain, and have pain in the stomach, backache. I didn't know having a backache was one until uh, reading the book. Making business. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. So I still don't understand. You have this many symptoms, but yet that you still get misdiagnosed. How? Yep. But the test. Hmm. But or say, Mimi, with all of these symptoms, that's 13 symptoms, and then they still misdiagnose people because they won't give the test, the CA-125. It's a blood test. It's not like it's a machine that you need a machine uh, to do. Yep, drugs. Yeah, want to give you some doggone um, acid reflux medication. She just had pain in the legs. Ooh, in her stomach, back, and her legs. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, she, she need to get checked. Cause ain't no way, no, that I won't see no young child have to go through that. Mm-mm. Not at all. Let's see. This is the book that we finished. I want to read it. Yeah, I'm I'm gonna read my wife's story, Mimi, so you can hear hear her story. This one. Her cycle was on. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. You don't want to mess around. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I know it. That's all. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, I mean, don't let them tell you some old foo-foo. Or not one give some give us some diagnosis talking about indigestion or gas. Yeah. I'm, I'm gonna read this one for a month. Mimi, this story I'm finna read is my wife's story. Um, but she's passed away. But this is her story. It's called Living the American Dream. Today is my, yeah, definitely. And we'll pray for you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it'll seem like Monday will never come. Yeah. That's awful to think about. Yeah. Um, Today is my 57th birthday. A day I really didn't think I'd live to see. You see, I was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer and offered no hope of surviving beyond 3 months after the initial diagnosis. That was 2 years ago. Like many liberated women of my era, I was living the American dream, free, black, successful, and very much aware of how many deaths were related to the various types of cancer. My journey began April 2007, the day of my diagnosis. My symptoms began months prior to my 50th birthday. I undeniably had a textbook case of ovarian cancer. I was gaseous, immediately felt full after meals, suffered loss of appetite, developed abnormal menstrual cycles, and finally developed abdominal swelling and bloating. I was treated for everything from acid reflux to parasites and was even told that I was pregnant before undergoing a simple blood test that could have saved my life. By my 50th birthday, I had gone diagnosed for 6 months prior to my medical examination. And a examination that would have not taken place if I had not refused to leave the doctor's office until he figured out what was wrong with me. Only then was I scheduled for a colonoscopy, and the thought of cancer arose. I underwent the colonoscopy, which found several nodes that were deemed non-cancerous in nature. However, my symptoms continued and grew even worse. As luck would have it, I returned to the clinic for further treatments when a female physician, one I often saw but who had been out on vacation and just returning, she took one look at me and my bloated stomach and immediately asked when I had had a mammogram. I replied, "You know that I have a scheduled medical exam annually, so what's the deal?" With that look in her eyes, she immediately ordered blood work and scheduled an ultrasound and a CT scan for the following morning. Morning came soon enough, and I was off to the imaging facility, not knowing what to expect. The staff was courteous, and all went well until I lay on a small exam table and the ultrasound began. My background is in the field of technology, so I was familiar with the images projected by the ultrasound. I could see the large mass, and it wasn't good. My heart sank. At some point, I choked down a bottle of barium and proceeded onto the CT scan. All I could visualize was the size of the mass located in my abdomen. Within 24 hours, I was referred to Baylor University Medical Center and Dr. Carolyn Matthews. By now, I was mad as hell and wondered why a correct diagnosis had not been made sooner, especially since I showed all of the known symptoms of the disease. Sadly, I had no idea just how bad it was to be. That I had to tell my family and those closest to me something. What? As my partner Decop and I entered the Baylor Sammons Cancer Center, the sound of the revolving doors rotating behind us seemed endlessly. The sight of so many cancer patients, young and old, stifled me, and the smell of chemotherapy was gagging. We made our way to the second floor where I was to meet Dr. Matthews for the first time. My only thought was that I really hoped she had her act together. My assistant and Decop were seated in our outer reception area as I proceeded to the back into a small confined room, housing what seemed to be a very large table. Facing me was a plastic sculpture of the female reproductive organs that indicated the various stages of ovarian cancer. Within 10 to 15 minutes, a young nurse introduced herself to me, provided me with numerous documents to complete, and asked me if I had any questions. My answer was yes. What is exactly wrong with me? Up until that point, no one, including my physician, had said the word cancer. She looked at me as if I was crazy, and I looked back at her just as stupid as I could and asked, "Well?" Bless her heart, she looked deeply into my eyes and took my hands and said, "Darling, the doctor will be with you shortly." Time seemed to stand still as I sat there staring at that plastic sculpture. Finally, Dr. Matthews came in and introduced herself to me. Her voice was soft and soothing, and I immediately felt at ease. Our conversation progressed, and I asked again. I, I again asked the question, "What's wrong with me?" She looked puzzled and said, "Test results indicate a large mass on your right ovary and quite possibly ovarian cancer." I was stunned. I didn't hear another thing she had said to me. At some point, I was scheduled for a biopsy. As I made my way out of the patient area and back to the waiting room, I could see Decop listening to her iPod. I tapped her on her shoulder and simply said, "Let's go." I asked what the doctor had said, and my reply was that we'll talk about it when we got home. I asked if she was hungry. I decided we'll go to our favorite restaurant for Mexican food and a multitude of Long Island iced teas. All the while, I was contemplating just how I would tell everyone what was going on, uh, telling my family and friends. Once home, I sat and told Decop what the deal was. Cancer. Decop, a little shorty who's cute as a button, and the type of person who internalizes everything, was now staring at me in total dismay and asked, "What do you mean, cancer?" My only reply to her was, "Yep." We sat down on the couch and just shook I've been shot, mugged, knifed, ran over, struck by lightning, and survived the airplane crash and 2 tours in Kuwait during Operation Desert Storm, and now this. What the hell? Now it was time to tell the family. I began calling my younger sister Beatrice. Now Beatrice is a smooth, sophisticated type who's smart as a whip. I knew that I would have a lot of explaining to do when it came to her. So I just wanted to get it over with. Sure enough, she began with, "What type of cancer? What are they going to do? Chemo, radiation, what? What type of cancer?" Um, see, there's one good thing about having a younger sister. You know that she's going to have every on speed dial. Uh, by the next afternoon, the posse road was rolling in from Houston and San Antonio. I could barely get the door open as they burst in asking questions. "What are you going to do? Is your will in order? What about power of attorney?" She said, "What about a simple hello?" These people were a trip. I was still trying to wrap my mind around what I was going on with me. So the commotion was a bit too much to handle. As I stood there stunned, my older sister decided that I wasn't of sound mind and they would handle everything for me. I immediately let them know that my mental state is just fine. Everybody was instantly becoming authority on cancer as well as my life. This was becoming a very stressful situation in a very short time. By day 3, I had enough of them, and they realized it. Offended and unable to understand that I had to come to terms with what was going on. They packed up and departed, all except for Beatrice, who planned to stay for the biopsy scheduled for later that week. In private, Beatrice asked me why I didn't want my family around. I had to explain to her in great detail that it wasn't that I didn't want them there, but that I needed time for all of this to soak in. Furthermore, I was and still am very independent and used to handling things my way. She looked at me and said, "Well, you're not alone in this." We prayed together and asked for strength and healing. Tuesday arrived right on time, and the three of us zigged off to Baylor. Beatrice drove with that Houston type of vengeance, D-Cop rolled shotgun, and I hung on for dear life in the back of the GMC. Our arrival and check-in went well. I dressed in that nasty little gown and awaited transport. I was so hungry. I was rolled up and down hallways only to be parked in line with other unfortunate patients. After about 15 minutes, it was my turn. What did I expect? Here I was on the table being prepped with this guy sticking needles into my my, ab, my damn my stomach. Woo, to numb the area. Well, I have to tell you, they didn't use enough numbing medicine, numbing stuff, no, that numbing stuff, because I came right off to that table when they began to stroke up and down with that with that sample collector. My eyes were nailed to the ceiling, and I was visibly going into shock. I was ice cold with sweat pouring off my body. I recalled being restrained as they drew the last sample. The doctor attempted to explain what was to happen next. However, I really didn't care. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. When returned to my room, I found myself alone. My sister and Decop had gone out in search for food since none of us had eaten. Alone, my thoughts were of how lonely and sad this place was. Hours passed before I was informed of the results of the biopsy, which, I have to stop and think about this word. Malignant cells. We all just dropped our heads. At some point, a CT scan was conducted, and I was scheduled to meet with Dr. Matthews. And Dr. Matthews, my stomach was swollen, and I had dropped approximately 80 pounds within the past 6 months. I entered into the exam room where the sounds of Yanni offered a smooth serenade, and my doctor drank herbal tea. This meeting was Dr. Matthews was more informative, and we discussed a plan of action. I was in stage 4, meaning the cancer had spread to other organs. I was to immediately begin chemotherapy and no radiation. The tumor was massive with a CA-125 off the scale. I then asked about the life expectancy of an individual in stage 4. Her response was that normally ovarian cancer, if caught in the early stages, has an average lifespan of about 5 to 7 years. Since my cancer was so advanced and aggressive, the odds of 5 years were slim, and in reality, it would be best to take life one day at a time. I staggered out of the waiting room and discussed the conversation with Beatrice and Decop. By now, they both knew not to ask me too many questions. My thought process was only to grasp the information given to me at hand and keep it simple. I had absolutely no intention of dying before getting my first Social Security check at the age of 65. My sister remained with me for another week before returning to Houston. Decop remains to be my guardian. Chemotherapy. I have never been able to tolerate needles, and now I was in a living hell with 6 hours of chemotherapy and blood tests every week. This went on from April to June, and the chemo wasn't working. We tried another drug. Now every Monday it was blood working chemo. This one's not working either. By now, I looked like a 5'7" naked chicken. My stomach was hyperextended and filled with fluid to the size of a pregnant woman carrying triplets, and my hips looked like two pieces of bologna flapping in the wind. My teeth appeared to be larger than my head. I slept most of the day and prayed for the remainder. I suffered severe constipation in the beginning and finally was able to experience relief only after taking every known laxative. My God, this is insane. One day, as I stood in the shower, unable to see my feet because because of my swollen belly, I cried out that I wasn't going out like this. I asked God to free me from this disease, and I chose life. Family and friends continued to rally around me, being as supportive as one could imagine. Daily, I received calls and cards from my sisters and coworkers. When I was hungry, the doorbell would always ring, and there would be someone just on the other side of it bearing food. When my spirit was at its lowest, I would receive prayers in the forms of letters, emails from friends and strangers. When my yard needed attending, the young boy that from down the street whom I mentored would cut it. When I looked like hell, the girls and I would do lunch, and they would always build up my spirits. Lastly, as I endured out, Decop was by my side, making sure all was good. It was now September 2007, and none of the drugs were working. The CA 125 didn't drop, wouldn't drop, and finally, hopes of a trial drug was offered. I was taken off chemotherapy prior to entering the trial drug program, so I decided a road trip was in order. Since I deemed terminally ill, then I would go out in style. I began by having 6 liters of fluid drawn off my stomach so I could move around a little better. I purchased my dream car, a Jaguar XJ8, bought a Road Atlas, withdrew 5,000 out of the bank, and bought 2 bottles of whiskey and 2 packs of cokes, and headed on our way to points unknown. Of course, Decop wasn't going to let me drive alone, so became my road dog. We traveled to Oklahoma and experienced their centennial celebration, gambled on the penny slots, and floated through Brick City. Next, we traveled throughout the Texas Hill Country, ate rattlesnake chili, and listened to very bad country music. There, we rented a small shack of a cabin for a week and enjoyed all LBJ's country had to offer. Decop was a bit afraid when I said that we were going to live in a shack for a week out on the prairie. This poor girl had never experienced scenery without street lights or heard the call of wow in the night. It was great. Each morning I would make my way out to the porch with a cup of coffee and watch the wildlife begin their day. The peace was overwhelming. I would meditate and pray each day until a calm overtook me. One morning, I decided that if God allowed me to make it through this, then I would build a cabin and offer it to people afflicted with cancer or those who just needed that calm. We ended our road trip by cruising up Highway 281, returning to Dallas. Since being off treatment, I found myself stronger with an increased appetite. Man, I love bacon. I began a simple exercise in which I would walk from my corner to the end of the block. I know that doesn't sound much, but for someone who couldn't walk from the bedroom to the front door in under 20 minutes, it was considered remarkable. While on my walk late one evening, I was contacted by a representative from Baylor's Research Center, where the trial drug program was being performed. The young man began asking me how I was feeling. My response was absolutely great. He then stated, "That's good. Now, Miss Moore, I have to tell you that you are no longer a candidate for the trial drug program." My heart sank, and the strength in my legs gave way. It was all I could do to grab hold of a mailbox to steady myself. He went on to say that my cancer had stabilized with no indication of new growth. My response was, "Okay, what's next?" He was quite pleasantly that I would be hearing from my doctor soon. Within minutes, Dr. Matthews called, and I was still clenching the mailbox. She immediately asked me what I had been doing. My response was praying, and she asked what exactly had I been doing. Again, I responded with praying. Needless to say, I was in her office shortly after the conversation. I again, I again entered chemotherapy, and this drug had an effect on the cancer. Every Monday, I went for treatment and continued with my week. I began to make plans no longer from day to day, but now week to week. I began making, wait a minute, okay, from October 2007 to September 2008, my CA 125 continuously declined. I returned to work at the amazement of my family friends. I accidentally hit something. Okay. I returned to work at the amazement of family, coworkers, and doctor with a mission on my mind. That promise I had made to God was weighing on me with an indescribable sense of urgency to step into action. The ugly couch cabin. I began searching property within 100-mile radius of Dallas, armed only with a premonition conveyed to me by my sister. I began searching in East Texas for cabins. Within 1 week, I found and made an offer on a funky little cabin with a nasty wooden couch placed on its front porch. The realtor was a used car saleswoman, was more than happy to assist me. We met at the cabin and spoke for hours. This would be her first sale. While we were in conversation, she noticed a small teal ribbon on the collar of my blouse and asked what type of cancer it represented. My reply was ovarian. She then asked if I were a survivor. I stated yes. She went on to tell me about her experience with breast cancer and spiritually how she had changed. We prayed at the entrance of the cabin that I would be successful in purchasing it and that we would both be completely healed by God. The transaction to purchase the cabin went well until the day of the home inspection. I decided that it would be in my best interest to be on hand for the inspection. And so did I. So did the realtor. We both we met at the cabin and chatted for a while when we noticed another car pulling into the drive. We both expected it to be the home inspector, but it turned out to be the homeowner. We exchanged greetings. Then I noticed the pink ribbon on her bumper. I asked if she was a survivor, and her response, yes. We all looked at one another and began to exchange stories. By the end of the afternoon, we had laughed, cried, and broken bread. I told her that the cabin was intended for rehabilitation and would be offered free to cancer patients. She then told me that she had initially purchased the cabin to have a place to die from cancer. I closed on the property in mid 2008, and from that date until December 2008, I have worked endlessly on refurbishing it. It wasn't until I drove by a lonely billboard located west of Canton, Texas, on Highway 20 that states, "Jesus said, it is finished." That I knew that was my mission. My mission was complete. My CA 125 is on the rise once again, and I've been placed on another waiting list for a trial drug program. I've made the decision to retire from my job I love so much, and have decided to make the most of my remaining time. I have come to realize several things. God has a sense of humor. You will get out of life what you put into it. We all have a mission in life. Our lives are to be enjoyed and never stop believing in miracles. So if you're ever traveling down Highway I-20 and are in need of a quiet place to rest, just look for the Ugly Couch Cabin. It's the one with the big silver gates. And that was B's story. Let's see, what did I miss? Here for a reason. Oh, thank you, Mimi. She's up testing and pushing. This is going to give me peace. Yeah, it definitely will give you peace after you get her checked out. Because talking about scary, it's I know it's a scary feeling. See. Yeah, I just pray it's not anything bad like this. Yes, please read it. Yeah, to play some music. My works. Have a good night. Morning. Oh, Rita Baby gone. Yep. It's a little sister. Yeah. Here. Oh, okay. I'm still here, y'all. Glued to the story. Be fast. Yep. Yep, it is definitely relief. Yeah, we always end up crying when I read these stories. Hello, Armor K. I don't know if she's still here or not, but tiptoeing. Hey, Dabbing. Didn't want to interrupt. I'm a little nervous about testing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just believe me, I understand. I do understand. But she was so pissed off because, I mean, when she was told that she had ovarian cancer, um, she was pissed because, as I read in the book, she even said, I I've been mugged, I've been knifed, uh, I've been in a burning house, I jumped from a burning plane, I did 2 tours in Kuwait, Desert Storm, and then she say, and look what's gonna take me out, cancer. And she would be upset because she was like, how could this be? I go get my annual exams, everything is okay, but that's the thing. Getting a pep smear wasn't gonna do it. It's not going to detect ovarian cancer. And she would get mad because, like me, I won't go to the doctor, like she does. And she's always, on time getting her exams and everything. And she say, and then you won't get your stuff done regularly. She said, and now look who's got it. Me. I not me. I I don't know what to say, but I just let her talk. But I understand what she was saying. For people that go to the doctor, when something is wrong, but get their exams and stuff on time. Somebody like me that lag around and yeah. Asked this before, but I can't remember else. How was it for you going through all of this with her? It's hard as well. Oh yeah, it's definitely um, hard for me. Like I said, I did all the crying. I never seen her cry. I I never seen her cry. Even when they told her uh, that she had ovarian cancer, she had a large mass over there. Never. The only time I seen a tear is when she was dying, and she had just one tear drop from the corner of her eyes when she was laying down, but never. Mm. And it's definitely hard because I'm thinking the whole time I don't know when she's not going to be here, and that hard for me. And then I just made up excuses. So, I would always say when she be getting bad, um, she would say, I'm not gonna be here all the time with you, and I would just, try to talk about something else. I would tell her, oh, you're not going anywhere. You're too mean and evil. But she said, no, I need you to understand that I'm not gonna be here forever. But she never cried unless she did it. She may have done it when I wasn't around. But I never seen her. But yeah, it's hard because you see them in so much of. Sometimes she would be especially when she had all that fluid on her stomach. In her stomach would hurt bad, and when she go to chemo, when we got home, and she basically just slept. But other than that, but it was just hard to see, hard to see her being in pain, walking. She lost all that weight. I mean, she was thin, and then her hair fall out. Yeah, 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 that one. And her hair fell out, and yeah, it was hard. But the part that really was hard for me is when she was dying. That was the hardest part for me. I didn't think I would be able to deal with it. Um, I was even saying I couldn't. That I don't think I could even be in the house, but I ended up. Yeah, I was I was there, and I was able to deal with it. And the palliative care, they sent a chaplain um, over, and they even after she passed, they um, called and asked if I wanted to talk to somebody, because of her passing, and I think I did. I think one came over, and they talk to you about her passing and what you're going through and all that. Um, but yeah, yeah, that was the hardest part, and seeing her when she did have all that fluid on her stomach, seeing her being in pain if she moved wrong, or she was getting up like she was 9 months pregnant, like this. Um, couldn't get up, and couldn't really do much until they took some of the fluid off her out of her stomach. But yeah, it was hard. Yeah. Hey, Davin, or Armor K. Uh, Somebody dropped a video. Let's see. What's it? That's Nicole Reloaded. It says Mona Simone, butter baby, black woman. Is she talking? I guess she talking about butter too. Talking about butter, and Mona Simone. Diving. You woke up, or you was strolling the streets. How much fluid in total did they take out? I think they took 12, um, 12 liters. She tried the medical marijuana for pain. No, she didn't try the medical kind, but she tried the real kind. And I still have her pipe that she was smoking in. You talking about medical marijuana? No, she's hit up the dope man. Oh my goodness gracious, that was too funny. I've been up in no, only been here today. Oh, okay. Yeah, because she was like, you know what, I'm going to get me some. Did it? Yeah, it happened. Yeah, killed that. And so, because we would be out and at the cabin, we would drive there on the weekends, and we'd stay the whole weekend, um, or stay 4 or 5 days, because she would be working, and she would get a, I don't know where she found the person from, where that she got it from. But we'd be out there, and we had a hammock, big nice hammock, and she would be, after she finished working, she would lay in that hammock and just enjoy. And she pulled a pipe out. She got one of those corn husker pipes. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. I was like, where did you get that pipe? Where did you get that pipe from? And she said, I got a picture of with that pipe in her mouth. And I would say, where did you get that pipe from? And she had it hanging out of her mouth over here. And she'd be holding it. And I still have that pipe. It still got the it still got the marijuana in it. And I just bust out laughing at her. I said, look, you laying over there looking like an old man with that pipe hanging out your mouth. But yeah, she be feeling no pain. But yeah. Hmm. But yeah, I hope they find us a cure, because that's nothing to have to see people have to see, women go through that. It have to. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Because I know when I have migraine, sometimes I I have to hit it. Next thing you know, she be telling me, you still got your migraine? And I'd be like, uh-huh, no. I did. I have to think about it. I was like, uh, migraine? No, not migraine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. True. We might be blocked. I'm too young to know what that is. Too young. You're right. Every baby told me she's too young. Yeah, it did. Shoot, yeah, it did. I had migraine. Next thing I know, I'd be like, migraine. Think about it. No, it's gone. Mm-hmm. Shoot. They need to have medical marijuana, but we ain't got none. One is really good for many things. Yeah. He passed, yes. Oh, yes. Hmm. But yeah, yes, she got about 12 liters. They did 6 liters each time. They stick that long needle in her stomach and draw that fluid out. Yeah, sleepy, hungry, and happy. Hmm. And she'd sit out there and she'd go to sleep. Mm-hmm. Too funny. I'll have to show you. Yeah, she be out there building. Mm-hmm. No, no, it's not legal here yet. Papa Pass is your thing. Yep. Yeah, that's a nasty disease to have to go through. Mm. Is Mimi still here? Did she go? Mm. It's leaving here. Oh, okay. Dismission on every other corner. I know it is. That's probably the best business to have these days. Did Mimi leave? No, she just quiet. Okay. I know she lucky. Hmm. Nobody know? Okay. She, I'm thinking she may be worried about her daughter. How old did she say her daughter was? Anybody remember? Let me see Aquarius. Yeah, it's really why she blocked me. I don't know why. 17, maybe. Yeah, I thought it was. I thought she said she was 16 or 17, something like that. It's, oh, really, baby? You say you don't smoke, but it smells good. Yeah. Devin, what you say? Can you ask Rita, baby, why she blocked me? Rita, Rita, baby, did you block the diving? Feels good too. Yes, it does make you feel good. If you can go to sleep without eating, but I, it makes me hungry. You hear me, Rita? Mm-mm-mm. Maybe Mimi fell asleep. Did she fall asleep? She said she had to go. Oh, y'all must be asleep. There's 10 people in here. So, so loud. No, I always wondered why I couldn't see her. Yeah, I know. Had the Aquarius fall asleep. Davin, she said what did she say? She, she said she always wondered why she couldn't see you. I think YouTube be doing some mess because who was that? A lot of people be like, I can't see so and so. Did they block me? And mm, mm, yeah, I think it'd be YouTube messing with folks stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of people fall asleep in the chat. You see, it shows 10 people either in the bushes or and in the chat. Mm. Munch, down for you. The munches get you. Okay, yeah, the munches will get you. The downfall, but just like on healthy food. Oh, Rita Baby, Davin said, hey, since she couldn't see you, she can't see you. Yeah, you usually wake up and everybody's gone. Yeah, you don't be by yourself because sometimes I be looking, I look and I said, man, it's like it says 11 people in here, and then because I be about to get off, and I'm like 10 people, where are they at? It's like, so I'll be like, hey, to all the people in the bushes and in the clouds, thank you for coming. Have a good night. And for all y'all that sleep in my chat, I'll see y'all later. Diamond, she say, hey. Rita Baby said, hey. Yeah, people fall asleep. They get so comfortable, they say. I be like, okay. People just like, well, your voice is so calming. I'm like, really? Oh, Diamond, Shakira said, hey. See, that's another one that they can't see each other. Diamond and Shakira. And don't nobody know what's the issue. My dog is snoring so loud. He be acting like that sleep is so good. He snoring. Oh, what Trish? She on there again. Let's talk about it. Late night chat. And then Brianna say, who's up? All these folks done woke up in the middle of the night trying to find somebody to talk to. I can't see much either. Oh, really? Oh, dang. I've almost hear many cases yet. But Davin she be quiet with hers. Yeah, Shakira's here. Davin say, hey, happy holidays. Yeah, that's crazy when you can't see other people. And I don't know what be up with that. Probably YouTube. What Trish was on earlier, and she was, what was her title? Something about butter. And she got to talking, and she was like, I don't blame butter taking up, coming on here and take up for his sister. It's like, what? Are you kidding me? It's not like he's going down the street and around the corner to take up for her because she's in a real fight. Shoot. 4 more days, right? What's 4 more days? What's 4 more days? Rita, baby, what you talking about? What's 4 more days? No, I know. Who said that? Said what? You said 4 more days. You done confused the heck out of me. It's, Christmas ain't no 4 more days, is it? Christmas 4 more days? Are y'all kidding me? Oh, really? What? Dang. About butter. I can't believe Christmas is 4 more days. I'm lost. I'm confused and lost. Did you know shop? I know it. Oh Lord, I can't believe it. 4 more days. I I am blown away. Four, 4 more days. What time was it, Shakira? All day long. I thought, from the time I woke up, I thought it was Saturday, uh, yesterday. I was like, I told Shakira something, and she was like, it's Friday. I was like, no, it's Saturday. She said, it's Friday. And I looked on my phone. I was like, oh my goodness. I thought it was Saturday. It seemed like a Saturday to me. And I can't believe Christmas is 4 more days. Wow. I just lost. Had no clue. I was like, 4 more. What's in 4 more days? And I'm thinking, I know it ain't no Christmas. Christmas is not no 4 more days, so I don't know what they talking about. Wow. Oh, well, now y'all see how much I care about Christmas. Wow. Just lost. Oh my goodness. Mhm. Mm-hmm. Because I would be like walking around to my. It's all quiet and I don't see many cars on the street. Wow. I sure did. And my grandson talking about the Christmas tree. I was like, okay, you better tell your brother to go get that climb up in my attic. And I think D had put, put the Christmas tree up there. He talking about that. You gonna go get it? Nah, I'm not going in no attic. They are creepy addicts. No, I don't know what's up there. Oh, sorry about that. That happened. Uh, yeah, my mom. Sorry, she been gone since 2009. Let's see, today, yeah, these grandbabies having this and everything. You know they, you know they have their Christmas trees up. It's up there. Yeah, it's in that. It's in the attic. Maybe put up a Christmas tree. Well, that was when we had first met. She had got a little bitty tree. I think it was little. Can't remember. It's been so long. And she had put it up just because, um, we had met. She thought I was into the Christmas. But yeah, I think it's up there. But I ain't going in the attic. I, they make me think about Chucky. And I don't want to kill myself trying to get from up. I be done fell all down. Big cat to go to the emergency room running from imaginary Chucky doll. Yeah, Davin, it will. It easier with time. That's yeah, yeah, Chucky. When I look at that, pull that string, and that ladder come down, mm-mm, I ain't gonna go up there. I ain't gonna go up there with Chucky and Annabelle. They are not gonna chase me around in that attic. I say, no, I'm not going in there. He was like, you're not gonna get the trick. I said, no, I'm not going there. You better tell your mama's boyfriend to go up there and get it. You see, I ain't got nowhere to put it anyway. Child. Yeah, I do. Now you know them addicts are creepy. They creepy. Like when I don't know how I did this. I locked myself out of my house. I think was I don't know how I did it. I came home and I don't know how I locked myself out of my house. Oh, I guess the knob was turned, and I closed it, closed the door, and because my keys was in the house, and I accidentally turned the knob. I unlocked and I'm sitting outside in my car. I unlocked myself, um, and I can't remember what the locksmith said about the house. Um, I don't know if he couldn't get in or what because I had one of those keypads. Um, so the guy behind us, um, I had I had told him, and he said, "Oh, well, I can get in through your garage because you have a door, an attic door in the garage where you can get to." I said, "I'm not going up there climbing the car. I'm too scared to go in there." Pretty sure Chucky and Annabelle. I don't know. I ain't finna get up there and see. Cause see, I can just see myself hurt something, and I get to trying to run, and I end up falling all the way where that ladder is coming down. Instead of me using the ladder, I'm gonna jump. uh-uh. No, that just that creeps me out. And so what he did, he said, I'll do it for you. I'll go in there. So I let him in the garage, and he went, moved that part. He got in there. He crawled all the way to the front of the house, because I'm at the back of the house by the garage. The master bedroom is back here. So he got up there, crawled all the way to the front, went down, opened put the ladder down, and then he went in and unlocked the door for me. I was like, no. Shoot. That's all I think about is Chucky little bad butt. Chucky and Annabelle. Annabelle will probably get me. My grandsons, they be saying that too. Always talking about they be scared to my Chucky. Chucky is up there. So Chucky might be around and say that. Yeah, I watch too much TV too. Oh my goodness. Did y'all see that? Who put that poll? Somebody put that poll up about a German lady. Did y'all see it? Because you, she looks like the bride of Chucky. I'm serious. She does. I don't know who came up with that, but she just like, oh, that was James Caldwell. Yeah, that was his poll. It was like, I think his poll said something like, what does this look like? What, uh, in the horror movie, what does this look like? And it was the German lady up close with enlarged, her face enlarged. And everybody was like, the bride of Chucky. And she did look like the bride of Chucky. Looking all plastic looking. Mm-hmm. Yeah, James Caldwell. I was laughing. Let's look at James. I guess she must have been messing with him. You know, she always got something to say about somebody. Miss Bride of Chucky. Never she laughing at. Have anybody ever seen the show? What is it called? What is it? He said IRT. It's the show is about. Y'all probably haven't. Y'all probably say, why would you be watching that? But it's a show where it's some of the deadliest roads for truck drivers. I love watching that. I don't know where they be, what country or whatever, but them ain't no way I could drive. I could drive no big truck. And some of those roads, they be like that. And if you go over, you dead. But I know y'all probably haven't watched nothing like that. Probably. It was on last night, and I love it. It's called IR. What is it? IRST or TS. I don't know what the initials stand for. They never do tell you, but it's called the most deadliest roads, and it's truck drivers, having to take different um, materials and I guess food and whatever to some of these places where these people live. I mean, and those roads are like, oof, I be on pins and needles just watching them. try to get to those areas using those. I mean, there's no way. Then they got one woman. She's a little bitty white female. She drives on those roads. I was like, dang. I don't know, but I just don't like that show. It's my puppy. I hear him over there doing something. Probably Onyx. Mm-mm. Yeah, they waiting on you to go to sleep. Don't start. Tell tell Chucky I got some bullets for him, some hollow points. hmm Don't make me shoot up my. Don't make me shoot up my own house. Oh boy! But that Annabelle doll looks really spooky. We will have a fight, me and Chucky. Need to, I'm gonna have to watch Chucky again. Chucky's got was so good. Chucky done had what was it? Chucky, Bride of Chucky. What else? A whole lot of the Chucky had his butt in. Mm, Trying to see what's on TV or get off. Oh, that's what I would just shoot up your own. Yeah, shoot up my own house. Over Chucky. And I know I really should because I'll be like, I get the remote, turn the TV down, and be like, what is that? I was like, Chucky walking in my attic. Pow, pow. Shoot holes all in my. But you can't be putting black folks in no horror movie. Chucky, Chucky wouldn't have no. Mm. I beat Chucky's little old behind. I can't believe it. I said 4 days to Christmas. If if y'all hadn't said that, I would have never known. I must have lost some time or something. Shoot. Mm-mm-mm. Who is it? It's me, Cynthia. Oh my God. Mm-mm. Don't be doing that because I do that enough. Even when if I'm just in here by myself, I think about it. I go, who is it? Who's there? It's me, Cynthia. And then I'll be sitting there laughing. I was like, Lord of mercy. Hilarious. Uh-uh. I ain't gonna be doing no knocking. Shoot. I just can't imagine going up there in that attic. That's the SB's. The woman that stays with him is his partner's sister stays with SB, and that's her. It's her. Because one day, um, he was online, and then he heard it was a knock. You could hear. No, was it him knocking? Rita, it was no. Yeah, he was knocking on the wall. Yeah, and she was like, "Who is it?" He's like, "It's me, Cynthia." But if you see Jay Wilson do it, it was hilarious. Oh boy, I laughed my butt off talking about that. Or knocking. Yeah, there's one of the knocks on the wall. When Jay Wilson talking about you could hear. Some of them walls must be awfully thin. Oh my goodness. People are crazy. Yeah, they are funny. Yeah, Miss, what's the fella sleep? Um, Miss Burnett, she may have left. He was telling a story, but he was, he didn't, someone else test. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hilarious. Really, what you eating? You gotta tell me you eating something. I'm drinking coffee. You ain't drink no coffee tonight, Rita? Tita is the same. Are you? Shakira, you still here? Lord. Chocolate and caramel. Ooh, my goodness. That sounds good. That's not what you eat, no Aquarius, is it? You getting dressed? What you getting? You getting dressed for? Bed? Oh, Rita had that candy. Oh, okay, just got a shower. Oh yeah, when she had the, tell me she had 3 boxes. Maybe making everybody want some candy. Wonder what I'm sitting here thinking. I wonder what if I got some grapes. I don't know. Everybody done fell asleep. And y'all don't know what happened to Mimi. Did she just leave, or did she say bye? Or maybe she might have been worried about her daughter. She might didn't want to hear the rest of that story. Have anybody seen that lady Seance knows? No, the one that had, I think he was in here, Rita, wasn't it? You and of course maybe when she said her mother Her mother just 2 days ago had just found out she had ovarian cancer. Oh, you got to be somewhere. What time is it where you live, Rita? This is like the middle of the night. It is for. Oh, well, yeah, that, let's see, it's 4:15 your time, it's 3:15 my time. Mm, 4:16, okay. So I guess nobody seen that lady, fiance, where wonder how her mother is doing. Remember she said her mom wouldn't tell him what stage she was in. She probably and yeah, me either. Her mom probably wouldn't tell him she may be in stage 4. Mm. Yep, it sure does. Terrible. And especially when people suffer with it. Mm-mm. I guess I'll look for, try to see yeah, her mom doing. Yeah, she got spooked about the radiation. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we'll get on off of here because I think everybody. It says 8 people. I think everybody except for us three is asleep. Mm-hmm. Well, all right, Aquarius. Well, we'll see you next time. Yeah, we're gonna get off of here. I gotta go see what I can find the snack on. See if I got some grapes. Maybe drink some coffee. All righty. Get off of here. Check and see what's going on. Well, have a good night. All righty, Rita, baby. I will check y'all later. Take care. Be careful, Rita. For all the other people that has fallen asleep, well, good night to y'all. Good night, good morning. And for all the people in the coffee town, yeah, I know it. For all the people in the bushes and the clouds, I appreciate you coming by. Thank you very much. And I am out of here.